Jai Baba Swami and Jai Atmeshwar. A very warm welcome to all the guests, participants, and hosts of today's session. This is Samarpan, where we take you through the history of Samarpan meditation as witnessed by first generation sadhaks, and we will get to know about their journey and the evolution of Samarpan meditation in various parts of the world. It's an interview of the souls by the souls to connect with the super souls through the collectivity of souls. We are really excited to take you to Canada and unfold the inspiring life of a very, very special guest. But before that, a few house rules. Dear guests and co host, please put your phone on silent and WhatsApp calls on mute. Please turn off your audio and video until the interview begins. We will announce and invite you to speak. If you get disconnected, please join back and message one of the teammates personally, so we will make you co-host and you will have privileges to mute and unmute. For the audience, we request to please turn off your video so we can have a better bandwidth to enjoy the show. During this session, if you have any questions, please share in the chat. We will collect all the questions and address those at the end of the session. Thank you. Now I would like to hand over to Pranavji.
You muted.
Jai Baba Swami. Before we start, just a quick disclaimer. The only objective of This is Samarpan is connecting all living beings of present times. The information and opinions shared here by anyone are personal views of the speaker and are not officially associated with any social, religious, cultural, political, educational, or other organization. We are here to be inspired on how to go back to our original nature of a pure soul or a Holy Spirit. By no means we intend to offend someone or to hurt anyone's emotions. We support understanding of any subject based on our own experiences rather than relying on any online or bookish information, encouraging baseless ideology or superstitious beliefs. Please accept our soulful love or atmiyata and disregard any information that you don't agree with. With this, I would like to invite Utsavji to take the program further.
Jai Baba Swami, everyone. So before we move forward, I would like to share some brief information about the Samarpan meditation. So the foundation of this beautiful program is the Samarpan meditation. It is an authentic and simple meditation practice based on Guru Sanskar or values of Guru. It has been practiced since last 800 years in Himalayas by yogis, ascetics, sages, and was first brought into the society by Shri Shivapanand Swamiji in 1994 for the benefit of common people like us. By the grace of those Himalayan gurus, today Samarpan meditation is practiced by millions of people in more than 50 countries in the world. Surprisingly, Samarpan meditation is offered totally free to anyone without any barrier of nationality, religion, race, gender, color, caste, or language. Samarpan meditation is made of two words, Samarpan. That means letting go of negativity, letting go of ego, of thoughts of a past and future, of any expectation or attachment. Meditation is naturally allowing our self-consciousness to merge into the universal consciousness without any effort. Samarpan meditation helps us to live life in a balanced state of mind with optimal body health to achieve overall progress while growing spiritually. You will also hear saying Jai Baba Swami or Jai Atmeshwar. When we say Jai Baba Swami, it reminds us that we all are like pearls bonded through an unseen thread of our master, Baba Swami. And by saying Jai Atmeshwar, we bow down to the soul inside you. So with that, I would like to invite Rasika ji.
Thank you, Utsav. Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. I would like to introduce our special guest today, Dr. Shirish Nathwani. Dr. Shirish Nathwani is a retired doctor from Newfoundland. He and his wife, Lata ji, have been living for the past 14 years in the city of Waterloo near Toronto, Canada. Presently, he is one of the trustees of Samarpan Meditation in Canada and serves at the Interfaith Board of the Grand River Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge region. In the past decade, he was volunteering at the Grand River Regional Drug and Alcohol Recovery Center, teaching some breathing and contemplative techniques. Despite specializing in surgery, he practiced as a family physician for more than 30 years in St. John's. His medical practice in the town of Mount Pearl and elsewhere was guided by his spiritual nature. He is a soft spoken and very kind hearted person. He has been a beloved doctor for his patients because more than treating them for their diseases, he spent a lot of time with them in advising them on how to lead a healthy and healthy lifestyle. Now, I would like to invite Hitendra ji to take forward the interview. Thank you. Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami. On behalf of Sri Shukrupanand Swamiji and entire global Samarpan family, I would like to invite our today's guest, Dr. Shirish Nathwani.
Namaste. Jai Atmeswar. Today, I'm asked to narrate to you my ongoing journey towards the truth of my being. I pray that I do so as accurately as possible, so that I may be protected from any of my egoistic tendencies. I offer all this at the feet of Pujya Baba Swami. To my mother, who is no longer physically with us, and to my wife, namely Lata, I owe everything, including my journey from medication to meditation. Our two daughters, Aarti and Amita, have played an invaluable role in bringing joy and challenges to mature us and help us make real progress in life. They brought us two equally amazing sons, Sanjeev and Gary. The gratitude that I owe to Ranchwasi Maharaj, Babaji, Swami Chinmayandi, Swami Dayanandji, and Tavariyaji, my pranayam teacher, as well as our very dear Guru Bhais, Swami Viditatmanji and Swami Santanandji, is simply beyond words. It is they who have brought me to where I am today at the lotus feet of Gurudev, our Gurudev. Finally, I'm grateful to all my relatives, friends, and fellow sadhaks from everywhere, many of whom may not be here today. They have all, in one way or another, enriched our lives and to bring us closer to Samarpan. As you follow this journey of my ego, you will find a lot of things that you can all relate to. As I express the state of my mind at various times of my life, do remember that we all change. Therefore, for your own enjoyment during this trip with me, I strongly suggest that you do not find fault with me nor praise me. As Pujya Baba Swami tells us repeatedly, that we all have precisely 50% positive and precisely 50% negative energies potentially. It is the evolution in our expression of one or the other that decides our destiny. Namaste.
What a beautiful opening statement, Dr. Nathwani. And let me not forget to tell our audience that last month we had Sohamji from Germany, and this month we have Dr. Shirish Nathwani. With these two guests for This is Samarpan, we are bringing together in 30 days more than 150 years of experience and the journey of a life from west to east, and now today it is going to be east to west. So without any further ado, let me dive into the interview itself. Are we ready, Dr. Nathwani?
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Let me begin at the very beginning. My childhood.
So I would like to please tell us about your childhood family.
Okay. I'll begin as this picture shows here on the screen in a place near Jamnagar. My father was born in a little village in between Jamnagar and Rajkot in Gujarat. As you can see in the map of India there, Gujarat is on the western, that peninsula there, that round it, that you see better in the diagram below. And there you can see the two towns, Rajkot and Jamnagar. Jamnagar is just along the coast. And that's where ships used to, 1,000 ships used to come. Anyway, so my father was born there, and when he was 17, in the year 1928, he told me that he had to borrow some shoes from someone to go to Jamnagar to sit for his exam. And he was, and he passed that well. And that's when he decided to come to East Africa. So meanwhile, I tell you the story of my mother. My mother, I think in the next slide you'll see it better. My mother was born in Kenya. Kenya is on the east coast of East Africa. And in Kenya, there is an island, you see just above that, it's called Mombasa. It's an island, it's barely connected with the mainland, not far. You could swim across. In fact, we used to do that when we were young. And it is very sheltered harbor. So the storms don't come into the area. 2 miles by 3 miles. So my mother was born there sometime in the middle of the First World War, which was from 1914 to 18, as you know. So she was born in 1916. And on the left, you see that little place on the left? That's on the diagram. That's the kind of boats that, that our people used to come. Originally, they came to build the railways in East Africa. The British brought them there. But my father came with, what was considered very high education, high school pass. So he came there and he promptly got employed at a bank at the age of 17, and he worked there till he retired. So that's my father on the left. Let's come back to the picture before so that I can tell you something a little bit more about this. So in this picture, just the one you see on the left-hand side is a little bit more modern picture of Mombasa. It's not my childhood Mombasa. But bottom below that is how Mombasa was. In the far, you can see the fort. The fort on the right is the place which was built by the Portuguese when they occupied Mombasa. And when I was young, it was used as a prison. We used to climb those rocks to go halfway, but you couldn't climb the prison. It was too high. And there was one guard at the door who would not let you in because it was for prisoners. And we used to climb those trees, and it was a life which is hard to describe. But before I come to that, let me come to my birth. My mother, after their marriage, my mother was, I think, about 16 or 17 when she got married. My father was about 4 years older. So they decided during one holiday to come to India. That was a treat to my mother because she had just lost a child, about 1 year old or so. And so she came there, but she was pregnant at the time. It so happened when she came to our village, and the message came that my father had to return back quickly because in September 1939, India entered the Second World War on behalf of the British, of course, who were ruling the country. And so my father was called back quickly. Mother was left there. So she, instead of being in the village, she came to Jamnagar. So she could have a safe delivery. With whatever support she had, she managed to deliver me. And although I was named Shirish, she always called me by the name of the child that had died. So she always, right till the last day of her life, she called me Madhu. And she told me that just where I was born, next door, there was a place where people used to get together for prayers. It was some kind of, I think it followed Kabir Parampara. But anyway, they used to sing, and she was participating in that. And it was a nice place. She enjoyed being there in the last few days of her delivering me. I think it was sometime in 1940 that things were a little bit more stable. So my father arranged for her to come back to East Africa. Growing up in Mombasa, those of you who may be listening here, who may have some glimpse of it or lived in East Africa would know, was as amazing as being born in India. And this place was a paradise. People of all cultures lived in harmony. Everybody spoke Swahili, which was a mixture of Bantu, Arabic, and Gujarati, or Hindi. And a beautiful language. In fact, most East Africans who are freshly from East Africa, when they meet each other, even though they may be speaking Gujarati or whatever language they used, they always speak in Swahili because it's such a beautiful language. And the people, and it's amazing group of people and among the Africans that live there. And it was wonderful growing up in that. We used to climb all kinds of trees, go across the island. In fact, my brother, more frequently than I, every day before going to school, we would row the boat to the mainland, and then from there, everybody has to, just one person has to bring the boat back, and about 10, 12 people would have to jump in the water and swim back. And that was routine before you even go to school each morning. Schooling, talking about my childhood, and growing up there, I found my mother was very active socially. She told me that when she finished her primary school, the girls' school only took her to grade 5, standard 5. And she wanted to go to high school, but it was filled with only boys. But she, against all odds, she managed to do that. She managed to get in there. But within days or weeks, she was pulled out by the community members because they didn't want their daughters to go to boys' school. Anyway, she did homeschooling, and she was an avid reader, and she taught me to read and write Gujarati before I even entered kindergarten. So she was well known in the community. Politically, in the political field, social, everything, she was leader among the Asian Indian women. You can see her there at the bottom on the right-hand side. I don't know if this was when she was with the Indian Mombasa's Women's Association, or whether it was in Bangalore, where she spent another 50 years of her life, But that's in the top picture, you see my mother there, yeah, on the left, and her mother on the right. She was a strict Vaishnava. Every day I used to wait to early hear the ring. When she would do the arti, I knew it was time. I would get some prasad. But she wouldn't give me prasad until I said the mantra she wanted me to say. And she wouldn't let me enter into the kitchen because that was special holy place for her.
So which was that mantra, Dr. Nathwani?
The mantra was, it was a Vaishnava mantra. It was just the one line I'll tell you about this. Jai, there's the name of the river, and just slipped my mind just now. I used to remember.
No problem, no problem. Govinda Madhav or something?
Yes,
Krishna?
it wasn't like Ganga Chamuna. It was something very simple.
Okay.
So I know more mantras, but that little one just slips me right now. It'll come to me now. Then my mother would keep an eye on me, on the kind of friends I used to keep. because some of the friends were, we had a mixture of friends. We had, all nationalities, and everybody spoke at least three languages automatically without an effort, because the friends spoke different languages. But Swahili was our common language. And I remember talking about friends and childhood. My mother used to tell me that you know who you are. You come from a family of Kshatriyas, people who are warriors. Not only that, we are descendants of Sri Ram. And she used to tell me stories about all kinds of epics, and especially stories like Jhansi Ki Rani, Shivaji especially, and great warriors, Rana Pratap, and not to mention Ramayana, Mahabharata, all those stories. And she told me, so you are a Raghu Vanshi. So and she said, Ram had two sons. One was Love and another one was Kush. You are descendant of Love. So, and she said, that way, you know what love means? What that means, being a descendant of Love? So and remember that. It means that when you give a promise, you keep the promise. That's the motto. And so on. That's how she went. In summertime, it used to be so hot that we used to sleep sometimes on top of the house. And houses were flat, like in many places in India, they still are, in East Africa, it was similar. So sleeping on the top of the roof at night, she would point at the stars and she said, you see that star there? That is Dhruva. Remember the story I told you about the Dhruva, the boy who couldn't sit in his father's lap, and the stepmother pushed him out, and the mother told him the only one who can help you is God, and he went out in the forest and stood on his one leg and did tapas, and God appeared. Well, everything became fine after that, but at the end of it, when he died, he wanted to be the star, so he's that star. And that star is steady there in the sky. Everything, all other stars will move, but that one is always there. At this time, early in the morning, is one of the first stars to come out. Well, that kind of thing. And they said, those other 7 stars? And I couldn't really see them because they were hard to see. There were so many stars. But I said, look at this shape. Said, they are the 7 rishis. And she would decide the name, the 7 sages. He said, this is that. And later on, I found out she was referring to the Big Dipper with the 7 stars therein. Anyway, that kind of stories she used to tell me from whatever I recall. But one thing I remember, she kept a good close, she gave me all the freedom. Boys were given more freedom than girls in those days. And I could be, she would know where I was, but she enjoyed being free too. She would be out of the house more than any other woman in town that I knew, because she would be gathering women together. If there was some politician, she wanted to be in power, they were just local politics because everything was in the British, at that time. So she would be active in that, but mostly social activities. Like, the library used to consult her for getting which books they should get, and so anyway. So I remember one day I was out with some friend, and they had taught me all kinds of tricks. I like in the street they used to play cards, 3 cards. You put some money in it, a coin. That's what one person, kind of doing a little bit of gambling. And I learned the trick just looking at him, observing it, and I became really good at it. Then I saw somebody pick a pocket, and I didn't like to pick somebody's pocket, but I wanted the trick. I wanted to know how to do that. Anyway, so we might have experimented one or so. Then one day he took me. This friend of mine, he was pretty good. I made this kind of thing. Before my mother knew more about it, and made sure I, go into another company. But anyway, one day he saw a car parked outside it. Well, unusual to see cars in those days, but this was an official car outside the government office somewhere. And he slowly opened the door. There was nobody around, looked around, and he picked out a package of cigarettes from there, and he said, let's run away slowly. So we ran away. He took out the cigarette. Somewhere he must have found a match. He lighted it. He said, try it. And he said, no, this is the end, you burn. And he told me how to burn it. He said, take a deep draw in. So I took the cigarette and I took a deep draw in. And I coughed, and that was the last cigarette I ever smoked in my life. But this is just to give you an idea. And I was one good thing I was good at. I was short among all the boys, And but no bully can be around me. The only people I fought with was the bullies in any street. There were only 2 or 3 main streets in Old Town, Mombasa. But I was good at. I had learned from the RSS. My mother made me join. At those days, before India became independent, RSS was an active movement in East Africa. So there, my mother swelled me from that company and brought me into the solid companies. And I was still up to a little bit of mischief. I remember one day some boy was causing some harassment. I must have beat him up. So when he fell down, all the neighbors and his uncles and all that started chasing me. I entered into the house, and in the house, there is a corridor with 2 walls at the side, parallel. I could climb with my forearms right up to the top. And I went on, I went up the top of the roof of the house. So everybody followed me at the roof. And then through a little bar that was open, I climbed down and I was in between. So that they wondered where I disappeared. So somebody told me he's in the house. So they went outside, inside the house. And I could see them looking for me down below and up above me. But I was in the wall in between. I was surprised when my granddaughter, Suki, I'll tell you about her. One day I saw her doing the same trick, without me teaching her, I didn't realize this kind of thing can be inherited. Anyway, so in this is just an example. I was a member of not the Boys. I was too young to be Boy Scout, but I was a cop. But in spite of that, when we went on a trip in the jungle, we used to go outside, in those days, just not too far from the mainland. I was proud because they had chosen me to guard the camp at night. Every night, some scout had to circle around to take care of the 2 or 3 tents that were there. I remember that clearly. And I was chosen to be the guard that night. I was very proud. But when everybody went to sleep, I was scared because the fire was burning in the middle, but you could hear all kinds of animals. And not only that, we knew that lions were common in that area. In fact, when I was a young boy, I remember a lion crossed the island over a bridge at night. There was no guards over the bridge. There was one bridge that was continuously connected. Another one was the ferry. So anyway, crossed over this bridge and came into town, and they had to call one person who had a rifle of some kind. And he came out and somehow he managed to kill the, and he was a hero. Looking back, I know they would have been charged with something. Anyway, he became a hero of the city. I remember his picture at our school as well. So we had a big python once, apparently around the school building. That was before my time. And it was put on a wooden block, and it was central in our school. It was an exhibit. It was a huge big python, That was the kind of background that was there in East Africa at that time. And growing up was fun. Now, during that time, I remember when India became independent in 1947, they wouldn't let me hold, I was in the front line, but they wouldn't let me hold the flag, the main flag. We had little flags of India, but of Indian flags, because I was too short, so that somebody else got the chance, I remember that much. But we had a big procession and so on. I remember the first navy that arrived in East Africa from India after India became independent, came to Mombasa, and my mother had collected all the officers there from the navy. And they were all sitting down with all the neighbors. Mostly they were ladies because men were busy working, and the officers were sitting there. So I came there, and as soon as I came there, I saw that they were in uniform. So I saluted them like this, and stood up. And so they smiled. Mother said, no, that's not the way to do it. Bow down to his feet, because he is protecting the whole country. He's the captain. So I bowed down to him. Talking about the captain, I'll tell you a song I used to sing to my mother. And when I was young, this was my very young days, very, very young days. I used to sing a song, I just remembered it. I was trying to recall it, and I remember it now. So if you don't mind, let me go.
Absolutely, please. This is a treat for us.
I'll tell you the meaning, and I only said the 2 lines, and I'll give you the meaning. The meaning is this first. I'll tell you the meaning because that makes it in Gujarati. The meaning says, oh mother, Mom, when I grow up, I'm going to be the captain of my ship. And then I'm going to go far, far away in the ocean, very far away. And in the middle of the ocean, I'm going to dive into the water and pick up some pearls and bring it for you.
Wow.
So it goes like this, okay? That's the meaning. Bahun to moto thaine bahadur captain thais દૂર દૂરના દરિયા વચ્ચે જઈને મોતીડા વીણીતા તારા માટે મોતીડા વીણી લાવીશ. I can't remember the tune.
That's beautiful.
And it went, something like that. Then it was only much later. It was much later, way later. I think it was must have been after by Shibir on Samarpan Matas. When he described Samarpan as pearls, that I realized I fulfilled my promise, because see, as soon as I came back from a trip in Penru, I had, my mother learned Samarpan Matas from me, and she used to sit down with my wife, and we used to together and meditate, well before she died. And not, anyway, there are other things I'll stop at that from my childhood, so that we can go in further, because there is a lot to say, especially about my father. We lived in a big family. My father invited his three brothers from India, and so they had a big business. Slowly, it became a big business in terms of wholesale grocery for all over East Africa. So I knew that.
Wow.
I used to help out a little bit with the writing the addresses and so on as a child. So I knew all the towns, little villages throughout not only Kenya but Uganda, Tanzania, and a bit of Zambia. Anyway, but my uncle tells me, your father, he wouldn't let us grow big like the other industrialist. I said, what do you mean? He said he was very strict. He didn't want us to do any hanky-panky. We couldn't bribe somebody, or every penny should be recorded, and he was controlling us, because from the bank he used to come in the evening and look at the books and so on. And he was, otherwise, he was a little, I don't remember him beating me any. I do remember being beaten up at school, though. Especially at high school, it was big beating. I remember once there was a bully in my primary school, in my last year at primary school. And that bully was the tough one. I couldn't fight him. I knew that he was too strong for me. He had muscles like iron muscles kind of thing. But he had hurt somebody someday. So I couldn't resist myself. So, and I knew some tricks from my childhood, earlier childhood. So I just kicked him in the right place and made him fall down. As soon as he fell down, I pounced on him. And next thing, the teachers came around, and we were both dragged out. I was taken to the principal's office, and I received some, I remember that twisting. He did a big twist on this thing, and really caused so much pain until, it was unbearable at times. But I just stayed, unfrightened. I knew I deserved it. I told him about what had happened, this guy, why he did, but no, there was no listening. I didn't realize the boy I hit was his father. He was his father, this particular principal.
Oh.
Anyway, I wasn't into studies that much, and so I deserved it. So that year I had failed anyway, that last exam, but it was a blessing in disguise. That failure, I didn't even, at family, nobody bothered. Oh, failed, what's the big deal? You failed exam, that's it. Nobody had no time, for that little things like that. So, and for me, I wasn't that, so what? I didn't even think I had failed. I just, nice repetition. I was continuing with my life, reading cowboy stories and all that kind of thing. My English had become better and better, because I used to read a lot, like my mother, all kinds of things. And, but then the blessing came, is that next year when exam came, I must have been really among the top students, because I ended up in the best high school. And this high school, Lidana Vishram High School. And in this school, otherwise I would have gone into a technical school, but this school gave me an opportunity to go into all branches of knowledge. And at this school, they had a system, standard 1, class standard 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth was when you said for the Cambridge Overseas School Certificate exam. But standard 1 was divided into A, B, C, and D, according to our good year. So I ended up in A, standard A, first 1A. And then at that time, I met some very nice friends, which I lost soon after, but I came back to them in my last year at school. And they were wonderful friends and stayed with me forever. And I may come get a chance to tell you at least about a couple of them. So In the school, I was not interested in studies as usual. That was sports was my thing. Bicycling was another thing. Going out across the bridge. There was a bridge near the school into the main, that will take you. There's a floating bridge that was created. It was built there. I would be late to school or skip school and whatever. You could see me sometimes at the cemetery. I heard somebody is getting burned, so I would go and see what's like a body being burnt, and one or two of my friends would skip school and do that. That reminds me, earlier on, when I was very younger in primary school, there was I must have been around 11. There was a 12-year-old boy I really admired. Very handsome, not really, very quiet, very peaceful person. His name was Niranjan. I never forget his name. He was a young boy. And I was told, go and see him because he's going to die because he has blood disease. So it shocked me. He wanted to see me probably. So I went and saw him alone. I was alone with him. He told me, look, that I only have a few days to live. And this was a 12-year-old boy, He told me, and he said, I want you to do something for me. So I said, yes. He said, you know my younger brother? Take care of him when he may need you. So anytime he needs you, take care of him. That's all I want. I said, okay. And I pretended to be strong, but when I went out, I was in tears because first time I had met somebody who was going to die. Death was something. And that really, and at that time as a child, I remember I made a promise to myself, I'll never become so close a friend with anybody. Because that's what makes you terribly cry, because I cried for quite a few days. I said, from now onwards, no great friends that make you cry like that. Nobody, not even family members. That's the kind of thing, thoughts were going on in my mind. Of course, that were temporary because I did have wonderful friends and so on. Not that many, but I did. So here at high school, I received more cans, I think. I was among the top 10 in terms of who received the most cans from the principal or the vice principal for doing something. And they were nothing terribly, except I'll tell you one incident where I escaped getting canned. There was a cemetery, Arab cemetery next to the school. And there was one tree that bore beautiful berries. And these trees are not like the small trees you see in some other countries for berries. This was a 30, 40 foot, at least that high tree. And when the season was there, I would just jump over it and pick up the berries and share it with friends. And one day I noticed the tree was filled with berries. So I told them, come over there. Why don't you pick yourself now instead of me bringing it? Jump over the fence. So everybody jumped. And in my enthusiasm and my ego, I climbed the tree and I reached the top and I started to shake the whole tree. And as I was shaking, lots of berries were falling down. So everybody jumped, so many students. And suddenly we heard a sound. And one of the teachers or a vice principal, I can't remember, came and shouted, everybody come. I froze still and I hid behind the branch at the top. And he was looking at the bottom where all the students were there. He called each of them and everyone had to come. Nobody fortunately looked up. And everybody came forward. I waited until their own goal. I jumped. And I had to go by the principal's office because that's the only way you could enter in those days, in the school. I went by, I saw a line of people waiting to be canned, And one of the boys looked at me and said, oh, I pointed my fist at him and he quietened up and I walked right into me. That's the only time I escaped, I think. Or maybe.
So did you get any spanky from your teachers?
Say it again.
Did you get any spanky from your teachers?
Not that time.
Not that time.
I got away with it. That's all.
So what you used to do if you got in trouble? If your teacher
all kinds of tricks, but I will not talk about that because I can talk about something more interesting now. I want to talk about the times I got canned in all kinds of excuses didn't work. I would find all kinds of excuses. One of my friend had an excuse that there were so many goats there. The Arab was taking around that they blocked the road to the school and he delayed me, Instead of traffic delaying you, is the goats, or sheep or goats that were he was taking and so on. But none of those things used to work. And so I used to get. Now, one thing I remember though, in the classroom, I remember the last day in standard 1A, the teacher let everybody go out and sat down I remember that teacher well. And he sat down, he said, I'm trying to make up my mind whether to pass you or to fail you. So apparently everybody must have passed, I assume. Or maybe he was sure about others, but whatever they. So I stood and I was waiting for a game, some kind of game. And I said, whatever he decides, why doesn't he decide quickly? That's all that was in my mind. It didn't seem to, I was so ignorant and whatever, that I didn't matter whether he passed me or for me. That from my point of view, main thing was something I had to do. I forget what. And then he said, I'll let you go. I'll let you pass. So and that was it. There were, from Form 1A, I think you had to go, the first students go to B. So I ended up in Form 2B. Similarly, I went in from 2B to Form 3C. And from 3C, I went to 4C because there was no D, probably. Anyway, I ended up in 4C. But that time, this was the last year at school. A new principal had come in. Very brilliant principal, but very strict. And he was Cambridge graduate or Oxford graduate, I forget. And he came to our classroom, 4C classroom, and said, everybody, all of you will, none of you will be allowed to sit for the exam, except the ones who will pass this exam, I'm going to give you in the first term. So you work hard. And a message was sent to the parents. First time my parents knew that I wasn't good at school. So my brother became strict. He made me sit down. I used to study till late at night. And within a short time, I was the top student in that year in so many subjects, including those who were in other Form 4A and B and so on, in many subjects. I didn't realize that, of course. And to me, that wasn't still the important thing. Because I was made to work, but the excitement of knowledge got into me. That must be from my mother. I inherited. Next thing I know is that the final exam came. Everything went fine. I passed, and then I had to decide whether I should go for further studies and where we should go for further studies. One of my best friends, he was going to India. I told him, India, I think students work very, very hard. It's very hard to compete with people. So let's go to UK. So, but somehow it was decided we should go to India to study for our intermediate and university education. I insisted to my parents, I wanted to go to UK. And so my mother said, go and get the principal's permission, see if he allows it. I went to the principal. Would he recommend me to go to UK? Because I thought I was good and he liked me very much. Suddenly, in that year, he found I was doing so well and I knew I was hardworking and he gave me a very nice character certificate as well. Anyway, he said, no, people who go to UK, they get spoiled. All the boys, they don't come back actually. And no, I don't recommend it. So I was disappointed, but when my mother asked me, what did he say? I said, he said, it's okay. I lied. Then they said, ask that boy who's come back from India on holidays. He's 1 year ahead of you. What does he say? So I didn't bother to ask him, but when I was asked by my uncle or, I said, yeah. He said, you're lucky, if you can get together. And then my uncle found out that wasn't true. I didn't even speak to him. I felt ashamed of myself, having lied, But meanwhile, my father said, okay, let me, he was invited to go to UK himself that month or two at that time. For somebody who was going in a business there. So he accompanied him. He went to UK just to see how other people's sons were, other people from Mombasa who had gone to study there, how they were doing. So when he went there, fortunately, he met some students who were really studying there, And so when he came back, he said, okay, you can go. So that time, my mother said, yes, you can go to, sure, you can go to study in Europe. But there are 2 conditions I put on you. So I said, yep, tell me. I'll do anything you say. He said, first condition is that you stay a vegetarian. I said, done. I said, second condition is that don't have any girlfriends. I said, done. Anything else? She said, no, that's it. Keep that in mind. My father said, look, you need to do one thing. Every penny you spend, write it down on a piece of paper. Every month I should get a report. Exactly where you spent what. That's all. And I'll keep sending you 500 shillings every month. that got increased when I went into the medical school to 600. And anyway, and that was it. I used to send reports every month, but I didn't realize that by writing those reports, they knew exactly what I was doing, because when you spend money, they know you're having some food outside, or you did this, or you did everything. I remember once going to the Hyde Park and I saw the boats there. And I remember my childhood and I wanted to row the boat, but it cost some money. So I paid the money, and next thing they know, I was boating around, instead of studying, and so on. There were a lot of misunderstandings and so on. But I was hardworking. I loved the subjects, and I had wonderful teachers at school. That's when, looking back, I realized that if you have respect and reverence for your teachers, it does wonders. That's how I fell in love with botany. That's how I fell in love with zoology. Talking about zoology, I asked my zoology lecturer in London, when I went there, why there's this argument between religious people and the people who believe in evolution? Can't God allow evolution to be one of the ways of people to develop further? What's the big deal? And why are they arguing? God can do anything. He can evolve, let things evolve rather than just create suddenly out of the blue. I said, I think the problem is that they think perfection is what God is. And when there's perfection, there should be no need for evolve. Everything should be perfect in the situation and so on. But his argument didn't jive with me too well. So at college life was good. Physics was not my favorite, but I was pretty good at it because maths was my weak. Not like some of my schoolmates earlier on in high school in Mombasa. They were brilliant at maths, and I knew in India students are even more brilliant, at maths. But fortunately, I did well, and I was, as far as I know, I was the only student in that college to get into med school that year. Anyway, so I ended up in Scotland. They asked me, where do you want to go? I said, I want to go to either Wales or Scotland, not England, somehow, And so anyway, so I went to the University of Glasgow for my medical thing, education, and I loved Scotland because that was the place where we used to, my friend and myself, we used to go hiking the mountains, the Ben Nevis, and all those, relatively high, the topmost mountains in UK are the ones we used to frequent, around that area every weekend if you could. But school was wonderful. I really enjoyed, especially I enjoyed anatomy because that was amazing to see this. And I saved a bit of money as well to buy a skeleton that I used to hide in my cupboard because when you're renting with a landlady, she doesn't like that kind of thing in the house. But it was, I knew every muscle where it went into which part of the bone, and I really loved anatomy. And I was frequently at the museum. The university had a big famous museum, a great anatomist called Hunter, William Hunter, his museum was there and so on. And I loved all the subjects I studied and in medicine throughout. A lot of interesting experiences. One experience is I'll recite just now from my university days. Started browsing through the university library. I came across a book. It was a small book. It was written in English. Some Englishman had translated it. It was on Sushruta Samhita. And he said it was 500 years before Christ. It was written. And I looked at it. It was about the surgical instrument that Sushruta used in those days, Ayurvedic surgery days. And the instruments were identical to the ones we are seeing in hospital when we visited the operating rooms in the hospital. Very, very similar. I was surprised. 500 years BC. That's when this person lived, Anyway, I shared it with some of my friends and had that in my mind all along. I got interested in surgery, I think more because I used to attend the Christian Union. I was kind of leader of the fellowship. We had a joint Christian Union. The University of Glasgow had a Students' Christian Union, which combined all the different denominations. And I got into the study group, and slowly I became one of the leaders of the study group. And I loved the life of Christ. And one of my friends told me that, Christ's father, remember, he was a carpenter. Carpentry is a great thing. He taught me carpentry. And that became useful to me later on in life. And of course, that might have influenced me even when I went into orthopedics afterwards. But anyway, it was a bit like carpentry in a way. So, at university, one instance I can't forget before I move further. Oh, I'm going beyond. You asked me about my childhood. I was adult now. I have passed 16. Sorry about that.
No problem. It was so interesting. I did not want to disturb you, but I remember 2 more stories that you are hiding from us. So I want to ask you for our audience. What was your trick when your teacher would try to beat you?
What was my trick? Oh no, that only worked once. Once I knew I was going to be beaten because I was late for school or something I had done bad. So I put a book. I hid a book. I hid a little thin notebook in my underwear in the back because he always gave me a choice. Either I hit you on your palm or on your bottom. So when he hit me on the bottom, it made a peculiar sound and he found out I had a book there. So next thing he pulled the book out and I ended up getting candy a little more. I remember one day when I was being candied right in front of the classroom, I had my arm stretched out like that. And when I had my arm stretched out like that for beating, he was supposed to hit me 12 times or something. And so he hit me 12. Each time it was hard, and it was hurting badly. So when he finished the 12th one, I pointed the hand further out. And he said, I thought it was 12 was finished. So I said, oh, is it? And it was hurting me a lot, but I just pretended as if I was counting everyone. I knew it was an extra one, but just to show that I am so brave, This is I want you to notice my ego, They say ego, let me explain to you what I understand now, Ego is an amazing thing. Ego gives you that, that sense of being, and it has 3 components. The dharma of ego is that it can be either tamasic, rajasic, or sattvic. Tamasic is one that is doing negative things, basically, or lethargic. Sattvic is the balanced one, whereas the rajasic is the dynamic one. So I was going through the rajasic phase at that time, and so. But anyway, as you come further, you see how my ego is this is the trick of this ego I'm trying to share with you.
That was beautiful. And there was one more thing that when you went with your cousins or friends for the swimming, something happened there.
Yeah, that's right. This was I remember I went for a swim with my cousin, lives in London now, and we went into the waters. I was not a great swimmer at that time. You remember the way we are taught swimming at that time, you tie a string around you and they say jump into the water. And so that's how I learned swimming. And if you're really drowning, they pull you. But they have taught you one thing, that if you lie flat you float automatically. And so anyway, so I was taught proper swimming, but I was reasonably good at it. But it so happened the waves started to come suddenly in that beach. And there were only 2 of us in the water at that time, I remember. He was not too close to me. And one wave came and it dragged me away. And there was no way. I couldn't, it was too heavy a wave. The tide was coming in or something unusual had happened suddenly. And so I was drowning. I felt, I tried to swim hard, but I couldn't, I was drowning. And suddenly, just as I was drowning, I felt an arm catch, a strong arm catch me by the upper part of my arm here and pull me out of the water. And I was so grateful for this arm. So I looked around, I couldn't see anybody, but I could see my cousin not too far from me. So I shouted, thank you. Wow, you saved my life. You don't care. Let's get out, let's run. So we went to the shore and I told him so. He said, I didn't do anything. I wasn't close by you. And I knew for sure that
Somebody was
dragged out. Anyway, that was an incident in my, and now that you talk about it, let me go back to my college days.
Please.
Okay. In my college days, remember I told you about the skeleton I had in the cupboard?
Yes.
Yeah. We had a committee at school. And in the committee, every year we used to do what is called a charity day, where we hire a truck. The college that year would hire a medical school that particular year would have a Sean truck. Another year would another. The arts people will have their truck and so on. Different groups will have so many trucks and they would go around. You go in the truck with a can to collect money. And the money will be collected from different businesses and so on and goes for charity. It was called the charity day. I believe they stopped it afterwards. So in that day, we had to decide in the committee what theme should we have. So as usual, my ego, I wanted to be on the top, with the best ideas and so on. So I told them I have an idea, and everybody loved that idea. I said, what we should do is this. See, I have a skeleton, we'll hang it and we'll write at the bottom, this is our last year's sacrifice. And then we have another where we hang a student. Pretend he's hanging, but we'll have a belt, behind it, so it's hanging by a breast from the back of the neck, But he should have a noose in the neck, only not connected to anything. And he should pretend he's dead, and we'll write down. And we'll write down that this is our this year's sacrifice. And then the big sign saying, what is your sacrifice? In a way to collect money from people. And everybody loved that idea. And I felt good because my idea was loved, And we had a good collection, of course, and everybody were praising me. And then I made a mistake. The boy who volunteered to do that, he was always kind of quiet and didn't feel appreciated. So I thought I would make him appreciate it. So I went and told him, look, your acting was very good. And it was, he was pretending he was really dead with his tongue leaking out. So when I congratulated and that kind of thing, and I was feeling good, and I thought I made him feel good too. Except a few weeks later, I found out he committed suicide. So you can see what happened to my ego at that time. Anyway, let me go back to my story further. At the university.
No problem.
At the university.
That was really, really beautiful childhood story. I think one of the most descriptive and memorable story that we heard. And while you were describing all these stories, I remember my childhood when I used to sit down with my aunt who was quite old. She was like our grandma, and she used to tell us this story. So this is the blessing of having an elderly person in the family where we can learn so much from the experiences and the childhood memory of their life. And this is one of the things that we are trying to bring through This is Samarpan program also. So I want to first thank you very much on behalf of our audience that you went and dive into your childhood as if it was just yesterday. And I'm going to treat you for telling this detailed story with a song after, but I want to bring what are the takeaway from your story. Many people who are attending this program right now, they must have heard Mahatma Gandhi or Mohanlal Karamchand Gandhi was in Africa, and then he was part of the non-violent movement for freedom for India. And he used to live in India, or he was born in Porbandar, which is not too far from Jamnagar, the roots of Shirish Nathwani's parents. And again, do you have any exposure to Mahatma Gandhi or his interaction with your family, because your mom was very actively involved in the political or leadership movement?
I never had actual darshan of Gandhiji. My brother did, even though he was part of India. But as I remember, because by the time I went to India, I was 12 years old. But yes, he played a very important part in our life. I remember the day he was, in fact, the day he was shot, and I found out, it so happened, that the person, God save, who shot him, was attending the RSS. So that put me off RSS, But then it was wrong thing. Looking back, it was a wrong thing for me to do.
Yes.
And because you don't, you don't judge an organization from one people. In fact, a Christian at my university, one Christian priest told me a beautiful thing. He said, don't judge a person, don't judge a religion from the way a person practices it.
Absolutely. And there are always some odd, always going to be in every organization or every nation or every place where we go. So that is understandable, and I think that is a very right decision that you made, or that is a lesson for us also to learn. In fact, when I was young, there is a book, there was a chapter in Hindi classes that we learned, and it was written by Mahatma Gandhi. When somebody went to Mahatma Gandhi and asked about Valmiki ji portrayed woman in a negative way. He says that in Ramayana you see Mantra who was negative, Kaikeyi who was negative, and then was that Surpanka who cut the who was giving trouble to Lakshmana or something. So he says that these are all negative characters. So Mahatma Gandhi ji said, never judge any story or any person or any organization just by looking at one aspect of it. Try to understand everything, try to look at the entire picture. He said, I see a lot of good things. I see Kausalya's story, I see the story of Sita, who made so much sacrifice. So this is what Swamiji also teaches, and this is exactly what you were trying to mention, that don't go by the negative influence of one person or somebody who misbehaved or did something wrong. So that is very good lesson for us. I want to take two things, in fact, that your parents were born during the time around the First World War, and you were born during the time around the Second World War. So you are a family of the World War time, and you bring so much history and memories for all of us, because none of us were there at that time. And we can just listen to the stories and we can just imagine. But here we have somebody who lived in that time, who has seen something of that time, and who is sharing the sweet memories of that time. What I loved the most is people who were moving out of India in the other countries like Africa or anywhere. They were carrying such a high values of character and religion in their life. When you were mentioning about Raghuvamshi, this is exactly what many people who are attending this program should feel, that we come from the descent of all these divine holy personalities. We are the children of ascetics and yogis and saints and rishis, and we have so much in our genetic and evolutionary memory inside us that we are carrying with us, but we are losing it simply because we don't want to go into the history, we don't want to go to our roots, and we don't want to find out what is our heritage, what is our wealth. So in those days, now we are talking about in 1940s and 50s, in those days you had these values that your mother was trying to instill, your grandmother was trying to instill. And even today we have some families where grandparents always try to imbibe those values in their children and grandchildren. If our generation and next generation can look at those stories and your story also and try to understand, probably we will accept what is right and what should be used in our life as a base of our morality and our spiritual personality. Then most of the problems that we are developing through our physical and mental personality will be gone away. This is what I would say from your story. And another thing, everybody is not a good student, even though they can become a good doctor. This is the story that I find in your story, that you could be naughty, you could be like a normal kid, and you can still come out to be a good, successful leader in this community, as well as a person, if you have right values that are in how you say, consecrated by our parents. And this is what I see. I heard a lot from you about your mother, and I can literally tell you the way Swamiji is highly influenced by his nani, his maternal grandmother. I can see you are highly influenced by your mother. And there is always one person in everyone's life from childhood who put us on this spiritual path, on this spiritual base that is created in our personality. So my salutations to your mother soul, and I'm very, very thankful to you. And
my nani, I just remember now. The mantras he used to ask me to repeat, my nani, you know.
Yes, yes.
Or she would give me the prasad word, Srinath Jamnaji. She said, Namo Srinath Jamnaji, something to that effect. Just remember.
Very nice. Very nice, very beautiful. This is the Vaishnav Sampradaya practice. And in Vaishnav families, especially those coming from the Dwarika and the area in Saurashtra, they had very high devotional values for Lord Krishna, because Dwarika is just that side of the world, and Dwarika is the one where Lord Krishna made his retirement house. Okay, so of course, Vaishnava Sampradaya or Vaishnava values come from those families to you. I again bow down to your grandma also.
Can I have something I forgot to tell you about? When I was
Please,
young,
your show.
I think it's important. So let me tell you, when I was 12 years old, I forgot about it. When I was about 12, my mother took me on a pilgrimage with my sister to India. And that was the best experience of my life, I can say. That inspired me into the culture, the religion, and everything. In fact, I remember going to the train and we were passing by some mountains. We went to all kinds of pilgrimage places. And I think it was either the Ginnar Mountains or the mountains in Rajasthan. But, I feel I wanted to jump out of the train because as a young boy in East Africa, we had train rides and there were wild animals you would see outside and giraffes next to the train running by and so on. So, and we used to go from one compartment to the other, hanging out from the doors and all that. So I wanted to hang out, and if the train would slow down, I would want to go and climb the mountain, and so on. That kind of thoughts used to come in my mind. But anyway, my mother took me to various pilgrimage places, Mathura, Gokul, Hardwar, Rishikesh, and so on, And in one place, I remember, we are standing there, and I was looking for those Shivalinga type things. The stones look so attractive. So, and I was eyeing out it, and a street vendor who was there next to the shrine where the pilgrims used to walk by. And suddenly somebody, a holy man, passed by, looked at me and my mother. My mother was searching for some coins in her purse, and he gave a little Shivalinga. And then I was 12, so my mother said, I'll take care of it. I forgot all about it until when she came after my father passed away to stay with us in Newfoundland, that she had been putting it in a puja shrine at home, and I had a nice stand made out of silver for it and a little Sheshnag on it and so on. So anyway, she handed it to me, and I find that that's, to me, it signifies a fire. To me, it signifies the connection with my Gurudev. It's inside it. When I'm meditating, it sort of makes me into the silence, focusing first and so on. So I thought I'd mention it for what's. I still have that.
That's a beautiful thing. And many Hindu families try to keep this stone representing Shivalingam or Saligram, because that is part of our practice in worshipping. Those who believe in Hindu practices, Saligram or Konj or certain things exist in our place of worship, because in old days, when you talk about Navanidhi or the 9 form of wealth, it was not about money or gold coins. It was about these natural treasures that were coming from the Samudra or ocean, like the Dev and Danav when they did the Manthan and they took out. So this was our belief, this was our culture, and it is very interesting to learn from these stories. I want you to mention a little bit about your father Hiralal in Bangalore, because he also was very active in the community.
Yes, this is his picture there on the left. I believe he was addressing the Rotary Club in Bangalore at that time, where he spent as many years, more years retired than he did at work, basically. He took it on his pension. And he said, I had more money than I ever need, just from the pension. And
right.
So anyway, he enjoyed his life. One day when he first came to Bangalore to settle down, a man came to the house walking by and said, we are looking for some food for an orphanage. And he said, and some grocery store or somebody pointed him to come to my father. So he said, we come to father, who was a very street smart and very sharp, banker, basically, an ex-banker.
Yes.
And so a lot of qualities that I don't have, but my wife does. Thank you, Lata does, thank goodness. So anyway, So he would, he said, how do I believe you? So the man said, well, there are so many children, they won't have a meal today. He said, I can't find it possible. I can't seem to believe you. Show it to me. So he put on his slippers and went with him. He walked, he must have been in those days in his 60s or whatever, Anyway, he walked there and went to the orphanage, looked around, and right enough, he looked at each of the container of grains in there. And right enough, there was nothing there. So he went to the grocery store next door and told them to make sure they give enough grocery. But that wasn't enough. Next day, he went to the administration. He said, what's happening? He asked questions to people. Anyway, to cut the story short, he ended up becoming part of the administration. And then he was a father for all these children. And he used to say at the orphanage, and not only that, one orphanage, there was another girls' orphanage, and he was involved in another 3 places to my, if I remember going with him to. And this place I went most often. And my brother's son-in-law has kind of inherited this orphanage, in the terms of taking care of the children now.
That's very nice.
Flies. But anyway, when he used to come to visit us, even in Canada, his main thing was to get something for his children, And he used to say, I used to say, come on, stay here a little longer. He said, I have my children to take care of. And I used to say, oh, well, who am I? Talking about him, I'll tell you one incident about my father. Once we were at a temple in old temple in Newfoundland, And in that temple in Newfoundland, the Swami was invited. I forget his name exactly. And this Swamiji, we used to invite every year, Swamiji. So very nice Swamiji. And he was sitting and talking to the children at the Bal Vihar. And I was in charge of Bal Vihar. So, we were sitting there. And children were the main thing that really kept the temple alive. So anyway, he said to the children, you must always obey your parents, always. He emphasized it a lot, So I kind of felt uncomfortable because my wife had once told me, Lata had once told me that she saw a man who was having some alcohol and his child came running around and just to joke with his other friends who were sitting there having the drink, he said, take a sip of this to his own child, And my mother, and Lata was kind of upset inside about it and probably walked away from there. But she had told me about that and that incident was probably in my mind, So I said to Swamiji, can I say something? He said, no, you can't ask any questions because it's for children only, this class. So I said, I'm a child because since my father is here, my mother is here. They were there at the temple that day. So I'm a child for them, so I can. So, and also because I was instrumental in inviting him, So he gave in. He said, okay, ask me. So I said, you mean always obey your parents? Can they not be wrong sometimes? He says, no, always obey your parents. So I said, I didn't say anything further. I said, that's fine. And I didn't want.
Right. Because
I left it at that. My ego was telling me that, that
right.
No, not always. So anyway, when we walked out the temple, my father turned to me and Lata. He said, something, Madhu? You are right and Swamiji is wrong. So the father telling a son, no, you shouldn't always obey the father. So it surprised me, But him telling me surprised me. But I knew it, that you don't always follow your parents. That's what I knew.
Yes.
Although now I know differently. My father was wrong and the Swamiji was right. Because when you obey your parents, you're offering your samarpan bhav. That's increasing. Doesn't matter what you do, what they like, but your samarpan bhav is increasing.
Yes.
And that is more valuable than do's and don'ts that they tell you.
Yes,
So,
yes.
That's just looking
Absolutely.
back now.
No, that is very, very true. Because as a young child, there are reasons for this. I would emphasize on explaining this more detail simply because I come also from a joint family and we were like 50 people in our own family, my father and his 5 brothers and our entire family together with children and grandchildren. So one thing I learned is when we are showing respect to our parents by listening to them and by doing everything, we are building that love and we are building that receiving power, opening up our heart from our parents, what they want, they have in their mind or in their personality, in their chaitanya. And that is what Swamiji also says, that in a classroom, You will have all kind of students, but those who respect their teacher, like you were also mentioning, that some teachers you were very close to and very respectful to, and you benefited from that relationship with your teacher. The same way Swamiji says that when you are surrendered to, or when we are obedient to our teachers, we get the most out of it. But those who dislike or they make fun of their teachers, they are always the one who are not getting the lessons or the knowledge that the teacher want to give. And Swamiji mentioned it very well in the Eklavya story about Guru disciple also. So I believe parents are not always right, but that is why we also have a tradition or saying that when your son or your daughter comes to your shoulder, or they can fit in your shoes, they become your friend. That is also a saying in our culture, because at that time they are becoming mature and they are bringing their own personality and values in the life. So that is something that part of our culture that exists. And I am very, very pleased that you had parents like Hiralal and Savita Ben, who brought so much how you say good values from their time. And this is, when you go back into their histories, we are talking about more than 100 years of history now, because your father was born in 1911 and now we are in 2021. So it is 110 years of history that we are bringing together in your story. And I want to give full time to that, simply because no other guest will be able to bring this kind on this level of detail for us. So thank you very much for sharing this. And to offer gratitude on behalf of our audience, time is not a barrier for us, simply because this is a soul satsang, and soul does not go at the lower dimension of time. Soul is always beyond time. So I want to sing two lines from the Jagjit Singh Ghazal. मोहल्ले की सबसे निशानी पुरानी, वो बुढ़िया जिसे बच्चे कहते थे नानी, वो नानी की बातों में परियों का डेरा, वो चेहरे की झुर्रियों में सदियों का फेरा, बुलाए नहीं भूल सकता है कोई, वो छोटी सी रातें, वो लंबी कहानी, ये दौलत भी ले लो, ये शोहरत भी ले लो, भले छीन लो मुझसे मेरी जवानी, मगर मुझको लौटा दो बचपन का सावन, वो कागज की कश्ती, वो बारिश का पानी, वो कागज की कश्ती, वो बारिश का पानी, वो कागज की कश्ती, वो बारिश का पानी. In your story, I see the beauty of grandma's story or grandfather's story. In your story, I see the lessons of Ramayana and Mahabharata, or any beautiful religious scripture, because here what we are seeing is the live autobiography of a person who lived, and this is in the present time. Swamiji emphasized again and again, when we are dealing with somebody in the present time, and when they are telling the experience of their life, there is a vibration of truth, and those vibrations of truth are the biggest teacher than any other book. So thank you very much. We will go on the next question. I hope our audience really enjoyed this story.
Before
and
I
this
go,
yes,
one other
yes,
thing
go
I
ahead.
want to
Go ahead. Go ahead.
like, when I finished in my college days, in my university days, when the day I graduated, my mother decided she would come to my graduation alone.
Wow.
From East Africa. So she arrived there. And when she arrived for my graduation, it was a great moment for me, because my mother was there and I was the only, and everybody else's parents were there, because many of them lived in Scotland. They were mostly Scottish boys there, although there were some from Nigeria and every part of the world, of course. Some of my friends I'm still in touch with and so on. But my mother came, and see, before we get the certificate, before you become a doctor, they give you a form to fill out, right? Exactly your spelling, your name fully, that will come on the certificate. So when I wrote my name down, I wrote my name down, and I wrote my father's name, of course, you know, and then I said, yeah, my grandfather. His name was Pitambadas. I said, I used to love sitting down on him on the pavement in the street with him and talk about. And so in my, during my early visit there to India. And so I wanted his name too. So I put his name down too. And then I put my surname. So what happened was this, when my turn came at the convocation, as it is, there were some names from different parts, from Taiwan and so on, some students or European countries, Norway and so on, And so the rector who was reciting the name of the person to invite them to come to the stage, when he started to say, Shirish, Hiralal, Pitambadas, Nathwani. So the audience were laughed and just kept standing, loud ovation, very big ovation. As I looked down, there was the biggest ovation that was there. So my mother thought I was the top student again. So anyway, so I went and got that graduation. So after that, we decided we'll go on a trip to Europe. I had been hitchhiking all over UK, the Lake District, and you name it, as a student hitchhiking. But she said, let's go to Europe. So we went to Europe, and we had a nice experience in Europe. She knew more about the politics there, and so on. We went behind the Berlin Wall into the East Germany and all kind. In those days, that was a kind of.
Isn't it interesting that those days we did not have all the news media that we have today, internet or TV or radio, only radio was there. And they still knew so much about the Western world, and especially in Europe, because Europe was trying to dominate over the world. But this is where comes the attitude. And this is where comes going beyond the limitations of your mind. See, those people, I salute to your mother, because she is probably more advanced than a PhD person in today's time. Because she had curiosity, she was keeping in touch with the current news and current world things. I remember in my childhood, my father, when he come from the store, we had the grocery store too, at the night, first thing he put is BBC World News on the radio. And at that time, no kids are allowed to talk, or nobody can say anything, because he want to listen to each and every detail of that news. But those values, where you are trying to connect with the world and trying to understand what is going on around you, is very important if you want to survive and evolve in all dimensions of your life. This is what I personally accepted and learned from my father. And you should admire too that your mother was such a hero for all of us in your story.
That reminds me of one incident. My mother was at home, and before I went to Europe, she said, I went to the bank to get my money. And I went to the bank. This was the second day after the convocation, and I met my professor. He was the most revered professor I had, He had written books on medicine and so on, well known in Scotland, not only Scotland, but all over the world, And he was about to retire that year. Very elderly, tall, magnificent, personality. And I met him at the bank, and he said, "Oh, Shirish." He said, "Congratulations. I was there at the yesterday too at your convocation." And they said, congratulations. Now you're no longer a medical student. You're like me. When he said that, I was shocked. Like him. I mean, he was like God to me, And then I looked at him. He said, yes, like me, a student of medicine. So I fell down again, my ego.
Yes.
I was a student of medicine. He said, yes, never cease to be a student of medicine all your life. He said,
absolutely.
remember that. And then he went on, he said one other sentence only. And that, I never forgot that. He said, remember, the best thing you can do for your patients and for everything you come across in life is to forget everything we taught you. Start fresh. Look at life fresh. Because the very foundation of medicine is shaky. It'll change. And things keep changing.
Absolutely.
Change. Be with the change. Don't get stuck.
That is very, very true. And that is the part of continuous learning program that many professionals have in their association, because I remember from very, very young age when I was in my elementary school, there used to be some inner voice that used to tell me always that you are a student and you will remain student till the last breath of your life. This was my inner voice, and I have always continued studying until today. I always take some new courses. I always listen something new every day from a guru or from a scientific news or political news or anything. Every day I try to learn something new that I did not know yesterday. And I think that is what keep our mind sharpening that sword of intellect, because that is something that we all need in our life to evolve. And that's a great lesson. And more you bring such things, I believe this should be the time of 1965-66, your convocation. Yeah. So I was born in 1966, so I can tell you that so many things have such a great value in our life. Are we ready to move on the next question?
Sure.
Thank you for sharing everything, and I'm very thankful on behalf of our audience for sharing this with full heart and open minded. So please tell us about your work and married life now. Now that you have graduated, now you have studied, and those days of being naughty is over and taking new responsibility and being a new level of student in your life. Would you like to would you like to introduce us to your better half?
Sure. Just give me 1 minute, please.
Not a problem. Take your time. So while Shirish ji is coming, I'm going to tell you that his journey was not limited. His journey was going all over the world. He did not just graduated from UK, but he traveled from UK to Kenya again, and then India and USA and Canada. And now that we have his better half, Lataji, with us, you can unmute yourself, please, Shirishji, if you can help her to unmute.
Okay.
Namaste.
Namaste, Jai Gurudev, Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar. So we have heard a lot of compliments about you, and we believe that the statement that we all know in the Western world, that behind every successful man there is a woman, and the glow of that energy we can see on your face. So tell us a little bit about your spiritual journey and the Gurudev Ranchodas Ji Maharaj, who was, I believe, your Kul Guru or the Guru of your family. Please tell us a little bit about it, because this is a spiritual, how you say, family, and we want to learn as much as possible from you and your sweet memories with your husband and 2 daughters also.
Yes. Since I was small child, I always remember Gurudev, and he was my grandfather. It's echo is
Kul Guru. Grandfather.
No, there is echo there.
There's an echo in the voice.
We are listening you clearly. Your voice is echo. We are fine.
Yeah. Okay. He was my grandfather's Gurudev. So we knew him, and he always used to come to our place and stay. And my father used to go and help him with eye camp. He used to go and do the eye camp in different parts of India.
Wow.
Yeah. When my grandfather, before he died, my grandmother died. I think there's a double
echo. It's because she's having a hearing aid, so that's why she's having too many.
Okay. I understand.
Let me share the story with you. Correct me if I'm wrong.
If you can give her the headphone, it will be good, Dr. Nathwani.
No, that will. If I, there will take a little while. What
let's see if that works.
Let's see. We'll try it. It may work.
Don't worry.
Take your hearing.
વાંધો નહીં. અને તમને ગુજરાતી ફાવતું હોય તો ગુજરાતી બોલજો, વાંધો નહીં. આપણે ટ્રાન્સલેટ કરી નાખીશું.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you as long as your echo is gone.
Okay, that's gone now. Yes,
Yeah.
the first one day he came to my grandfather and he said that I would like to do some eye camp because of I see a lot of elderly ladies and men, they can't see and they need a treatment. That time my grandmother was very sick and she couldn't see. So
was it like Netra Sibir for Kamro or for the cataract Motio?
Netrayagna.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cataract.
Netra Yagna. Yes, yes, yes.
Netrayagna. And this was in 1955, 56.
Yes, this is early days of
Early days, yes. And
Beautiful.
he started, and that time my grandfather gave the money and also the states where we live in Gujarat, the Rajkot. The king of the Rajkot, the Rajwada family also, their one of the sister died. So they wanted to give some money also for that. So he was doing quite a few things for people.
And he was a eye doctor or something, or he was doing this by his service spirit?
Ranchur Das Ji Maharaj? No. People used to come and help there. And a lot of doctors used to go and he used to do mainly Netra Yagna in Bihar, UP, that area.
Right.
For the poor people. And he was I remember one day somebody asked him, how old are you? And he said, I'm not going to tell you how old I am. If it's because you won't believe it. If I say I have seen so many rishis sitting in the Himalayas, 800, 900 years old, you won't believe it because you can't yourself sit down for even 15 minutes.
Right.
So
Very
he
true.
said, but I can tell you I'm 87 years old, but there's a 1, 2, 3 or 4 before that, I won't be able to tell you.
Yes, I believe I read or I heard from somebody that he was almost like 500 years old.
We can't hear.
Yes. And so is he still alive or he passed away?
No, he passed away just after our marriage, isn't it? Yes. In 6 months' time, yes.
Wow. So what year was the marriage? And this is the picture from your marriage that we see on the screen?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yes. So
it was in 68.
68. Amazing. And you guys should be considering yourself so lucky and blessed to have such a guru in your life, and also living guru like Shiv Krupanand Swami and others that we are going to learn about.
Yes.
But I feel blessed just talking to you, because when you meet somebody who have met such gurus and who have practiced their teachings, certainly the energy and Chaitanya passes down to you through them. So I believe that we are bringing the love. Yeah. Are you able to hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me? Okay. So
I can't hear you.
Not a problem. Let's try to see.
Yeah, but I switched it off. I try to speak the other.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you very well. Our audience is able to hear you. Nothing to worry. And Kadi nako juo if it works.
No.
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, we can't.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Oh, so check the connection, because you probably unplugged while pulling or moving something.
I tried to switch on the other speaker too at the same time. I thought
just press
because I wasn't hearing anything at all.
Just take out the pin and put it in. Take out the pin and put it in.
I'll switch it. I'll take all the speakers off. Yeah.
Yes,
please.
We appreciate your patience, audience. This is just a minor technical thing, but soon we should be online.
No,
yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me. But speaker is not working. Please.
Yeah, so unplug, and plug.
Oh yeah, that's why it is. Good. I got it.
Are you able to hear us now? Jai Baba Swami, are you able to hear us?
No, I still can't hear.
Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
I'll use it.
I think there is energy
I'll
overload.
use a different speaker.
Yeah. Don't worry. We have patience. The first
Sorry, I
question.
tried to switch. I thought I could use two speakers
really,
at the same time.
Answer. And try to remove the headphone now.
Headphone. Let me. No, I can't.
Just unplug the headphone and then.
Will I be able to
work?
Come into my? Into my iPhone and connect to?
Yeah, no, just remove the headphone.
Yeah, I unplug the headphone and I plug it in again.
No, don't plug it.
Unplug it
Plug
all
it
together.
again.
Hello.
Can you say loud?
Can plug it inside.
We can hear you.
We can all hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
We can hear you. We are fine. We are fine.
Let me see.
Are you able to hear us?
It's okay. You can
No,
hear
you're
us.
still not able to hear.
Let me say a few words and then you can, by writing, we can ask me the questions.
Yeah, Sonalji, please confirm.
Yeah, Jai Baba Swami, Shirish, I'm going to call you on your phone because looks like you're not able to hear us. So, and we can figure out from that.
Altogether.
Or log off completely and re-log in. Sonalji, ask him to re-log in and that is fine. Meanwhile, we will try to put some words on his journey. So Dr. Nathwani has a beautiful journey. His career did not just start from UK to Kenya only, but from there he went to India. He came back to America, depending on the opportunities that were coming. And then finally he settled in Canada, St. John's area.
Nobody else can.
But are you guys enjoying the story so far? I see a lot of beautiful comments. Yes, amazing story. And now if you have been naughty all your life, you should not feel guilty because then you can become one day a great person like Dr. Nathwani also. Jai Baba Swami, are you can unmute yourself, Dr. Nathwani. Yes. Are you able to hear us? Okay. One of the system you will have to mute the speaker. One of the system you have to mute the speaker.
That's too close here. Take it away here.
One system you can remove the speaker or mute the speaker.
Can you hear me clearly or is there an
Yes.
echo?
Yes,
we can hear you
clearly. And everything looks good now, back to normal. Let's just start with Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami. Sorry about that. I tried to. I couldn't hear anything what you're talking, so I got tempted to open another speaker, and that's what spoiled everything.
Yeah,
but
that is the secret of having a long married life. After some time, when the wife comes, you stop listening or hearing.
Lapta always comes to my rescue, which is her iPad that helped out this time.
Yes,
I could hear it from there.
No problem. So my question was about your career life, and if we can have her back. Sorry, Lataji, the connection got cut off.
The hearing from that neck. Bring it closer.
Yeah.
Okay. Watch is bringing the other speaker closer a little bit.
Not a problem.
Let me explain about Swasti Maharaj before you go to the next slide. This is he's said to be the avatar manifestation of Babaji, or maybe Babaji himself. The Babaji that was the teacher for Yukteswarji, who's Lahari Maharshi, whose student was Yukteswarji, and then Yukteswarji's student was
Paramahamsa
wrote the autobiography of a yogi. there are amazing stories about Babaji. And but this picture you see, no, can you go to the next picture about him? You have a next slide.
It is the one in the
That's
Guru's
right.
question. So here we
That
are,
shows him.
Dr. Nathwani, we have another picture
Next one.
for Guru Shakti. Rasikaji, please go to the question of Guru Shakti where
On
he
the
is
slide.
with Babaji.
Yes, that's the slide. So now, yeah, Mahavir Babaji. You see the Maha Avatar.
Maha Avatar Babaji, yes.
Yes. Well, it's said to be the painting, a subtle body painting that was taken of him when he was very young. That's what, But there's a biography written on him by a young girl who used to sit beside him and write everything he said. And yes, 7, 8 volumes of them, and we read them, and they're fascinating. Now, in this picture, you see that on the left-hand side, you see the modern hospital in Chitrakoot, the Nethralaya.
Yes.
They used to do, in the beginning, they used to do in the jungle. They would advertise to villages all over and have people come over with all kinds of, mostly cataract, but all kinds of, and doctors from Bombay and different big cities used to volunteer and come there, and they used to have camps at night, and Lata's father used to take care of the security and all that in that camp. And the family was closely involved. And so was in those days, India had princely states. So the Jam Sahib of Jamnagar and so on, they were kind of princes who took care of, who were the people who controlled it. So at that time, that's when this Nathwani started. And whenever later on, when the charitable organization from international ones, they went and followed their protocol. They learned from there. And even the government didn't have any free eye camps like that or eye hospitals at that time. Their father was a self-made man. Lata's grandfather was a self-made man. He used to work in a quarry, breaking stones. And so slowly he became the chief of that and so on. And he progressed to own a quarry and then many quarries, and then started building one after another. So many buildings he built. And I believe he had a contract for that certain part of the work in the Marine Drive in Bombay. And he built up cinema houses in Rajkot and Guess for Talkies, I think it was called at that time. And all kinds of Britishers and big timers used to come, including the Maharaja at his home. He had a big home. At that time, it was a little bit out of Rajkot, but now it's the center of Rajkot, you can say. A big house with 3 stories high, where and there are all pictures of all Maharajas and everything that I saw even when I got married at that time in that family. But in this picture, you see the grandfather there. And this was 2 days before he passed away. And on the right-hand side, you see Nathwani Bapu.
Bottom left.
On that left-hand picture, yeah. That's the grandfather. And the grandfather said to him, I want to go to Rameshwar to do this is my wish before I die. So so Nathwani Maharaj said, that's not possible. He said, you mean I'm a guest for only 2 days in this world? So he nodded, he said, yes. And Lata says she was a young girl when she heard this thing. And then 2 days exactly, precisely, everybody are talking how 2 days precisely later he passed away. But before he passed away, before Nathwani Maharaj left, he said to me, if I can't get to Rameshwaram, what's the solution? Because I have to go there. He said, so the Maharaj said, I will go on your behalf. And so he did. When he came back afterward, he said, talking about the grandfather, said he was a liberated person. And he's
Beautiful.
Now this man, there's amazing stories about him. He left quite a amazing infrastructure to take care of the children's education, all kinds of things, that came to know more about. In that family, at one time, I think there were about 30 plus people used to live in one house. I'm not talking about the peripheral houses they owned, like a fortress. They had walls all around the building, and each wall of that area had shops on the outside, and in the inside there were houses where people rented. And until I got married, they were paying something like 6, 7, at the most 10 rupees, per month or per year. I can't remember. As a rent, And there are interesting stories why he wouldn't increase the rent even when he could. and so on. Anyway, that man was the one who indirectly was responsible for Babaji
Bringing
coming
Dr.
in our
Kasi
life.
to life. Right. Very beautiful story. And let's go back to the question that we were trying to ask you about your journey. Now we learn a little bit about your married life and their family. What about your career? What about your work life?
Yep. Okay. Now, in my career, after I graduated, I wanted to go for surgery. So after my internship and some working in hospitals, and so I decided to take a couple of weeks off and study hard, pass for an FRCS exam. I had enough money because in my student days, I used to work in the underground during holidays or delivering post letters during Christmas time and so on. So I had saved money and, enough to be able to stay off without working. And then I passed that exam, worked again, and came and then came to East Africa to see my family. By this time, my parents had left and they'd gone from East Africa to India to settle in Bangalore. And so I decided to work in the hospitals in East Africa. I was posted at a government hospital in Kisumu, which was on the Lake Victoria. I remember I had very interesting memories. I was a surgical resident. I used to do general surgery mostly, and it was an amazing experience. Our outpatient was under a tree, and so patients would come, and it was not at all unusual for patients to be examined, and they would undress right in front of a line of other people standing in the queue behind, and we would be sitting on a little wooden chair and a wooden bench, and the secretary would take the names of them down for surgery or whatever is to be required. It may be anything from hernia to tumors. One of the common things there was Burkitt lymphoma, but there were all kinds of diseases. It was general surgery basically. So so when I worked there was one incident that I won't forget. Well, there was one in the evenings. I had at that time I could have, with the help of my brother and so on, I managed to get hold of a small used Volkswagen, the Bug, and I used to go I would drive, and I would go to the lake at night in the evenings, just when the sun was setting, and I would sit there in front of it. And now in the evening, it so happens the hippopotamus, that there are lots of them in the lake, they would just come out enough to see their eyes. So I was fascinated. It was like diamonds scattered all over the thing. So so one day, that particular day, I switched on my headlight off and on to see how they sparkle. And next thing I know, one of them started to come out of the water, closer and closer. And I reversed back quickly. And when I looked in the mirror, it was still behind me. And it was a very narrow, kind of rough road, But fortunately for me, the road curved. And I quickly went to the left, and the hippo went straight ahead. I never went to the lake again in evening time, ever. But very frightening. I had some earlier experience like that with monkeys in a jungle in Mombasa when I was growing up, and I went on a bicycle, and I went into the woods, and I seen a crowd of monkeys there. And my friends were on the bicycle outside in the main road, and I wanted to take a picture. At that time, I had a little camera. So as I was taking the picture, I realized they were looking at me. So I ran back, and the whole crowd of monkeys started chasing after me. Fortunately, I wasn't too far from the road. I went quickly, picked up my bike, and I ran like anything. So in Africa, this kind of thing happened to many children, I guess. So
Yes. Somebody just made the comment that you are the modern day Mowgli for us, because there is a movie or a series, Mowgli series, where he had the exposure to the jungle animals and stuff like that. So it's inspiring and interesting for us to learn from your story and going back into that imaginary screen, that how it would have been for you in that time. And you always have mentioned that you enjoyed all these kind of naughty things, and you are telling us that being close to nature is the best way to learn and to grow for any human being. And this is beautiful story for that. Let's continue on the next part of your story. So you were in Kenya as a general surgeon, and what happened next?
Next thing, after Kisumu, I wanted to learn neurosurgery. It fascinated me. So, and I had been exposed to it at a hospital in Scotland too. I did my clerkship there at a neurological institute. So I was fascinated. So then an opportunity arose in Nairobi, which is the main Kenyatta General Hospital, was the big hospital for the country. And there was no neurology department, but there was a head and neck department, neurology combining with ear, nose, and throat. Because there were a lot of people with some kind of lymphoma in the cheek, and and this was combined. They often invade, in old surgery around that area. Anyway, so I applied and promptly I got accepted. So I moved from Kisumu to Nairobi, and in Nairobi, at this hospital, remember I was the full-fledged surgeon. I only had passed my first part, but the experience in the chief was Peter Clifford was the name, and he was a brilliant man who was a great teacher. I was so fortunate to be with him because he was connected with Sloan Kettering Institute in New York, where he used to send his research material. And he was connected with Burkitt, who was taken in Uganda at the hospital there, and the professor there, very brilliant man who discovered, after whom the Burkitt's lymphoma is named, by the way. Wow. So anyway, I worked with him in ear, nose, and throat, and lastly in neurology. And it was quite an experience. I learned a lot of ear surgeries and and also one incident that comes to my mind, and neurology. I did and spinal surgery and all that kind of thing. And one incident that comes to my mind, I must narrate it to you.
Please go ahead.
One day, a patient, I was assisting my chief, Dr. Clifford, Prof. Clifford, on a patient with lymphoma. Lymphoma is a tumor. It's quite common in East Africa.
Is it related to tobacco chewing or something?
It's related to what?
Tobacco chewing habit or something?
No, we didn't know what causes it, but it's a tumor that of the lymphoid tissue.
Okay.
And it makes the whole area swell up. So you see often children with big lumps here. The skin will be stretched out. So this man had a tumor on this side, involving the nose and just below the eye, and the whole jaw, the upper jaw. So anyway, we removed the tumor. I was assisting him, and we removed him. And usually he used to do the main part, and then he would let me do the rest, and so on. So by the time we finished nibbling away all the bone that was affected by the tumor, we ended up with something that was even frightening to me as a surgeon. I was used to all kinds of anatomy, and so on. But it was because the eyeball was hanging loose. You could see the inside of the nose. The whole jaw was missing now. And I wondered whether the eyeball would stay hanging with the muscles that were there. Right. And it was a ghastly sight. So anyway, after we packed it and dressed it, he told me to make sure that I take care of it. Now the surgery is over. He removed all the tumor. So, and I said, there's no kind of plastic surgery will take care of it. He says, yes, you take care of it. He left it with me. Then I realized what he wanted me to do was no fancy plastic surgery. He had provided me a kind of resin. You mix the two resin, it becomes plastic, kind of solid. And you make a mold, and you can mold. So I molded a half nose, a cheekbone,
wow.
A whole plate. And I loved that kind of artwork. So I did it. It wasn't very good, but it was for the patient. Later on, he told me it was the best thing that happened to him. Anyway, best thing he could have had. So I made it and molded it, and it looked like a nose. But how do you keep it in place? Because the inside of it was healing nicely after the surgery. How do you keep it? So I made two little, while I was molding it, I made a little hook at this end and a little hook at that. So you could have either a rubber band or a string or something to hold it in place, so that he didn't have to see what he saw the day after the surgery in the mirror. When the nurse showed him the mirror, he was shocked, but he was still happy, better than that big lump that was there.
Absolutely.
So he was still happy. He wasn't as frightened as I was, seeing that thing. I was surprised in the outpatient, when I saw him that time. So anyway, I made the mold. And then the story didn't end there. He went away. Some months later, I was in the outpatient department, when we see patients who had the surgery done. So he came in there. This man came in there, but this time this man was dressed in suit and very well dressed. He had shoes on and all kinds of he came from his village somewhere, but he was very well kind of cultured looking man. So as soon as I looked at him, I recognized the mold that I had made. And I painted it just his skin color. He was black, So I made the mold black to match with this thing. And, I could recognize right away because I had some coloring there that my chief had asked me to use and so on. So I said, that's you. And of course, he spoke a different African language than the one I knew. I didn't know Kikuyu. He was Kikuyu. I knew Swahili. But I had an interpreter who would convert my Swahili into Kikuyu and vice versa. So he told me what happened was this. After he went to his village, he went to his doctor, witch doctor. We used to call them witch doctor in those days, but now I know better. These people are brilliant doctors, native healers. So he went to his doctor, a witch doctor there, and the doctor told him and asked him to show him. So he gently took the thing out and showed him, and the doctor was so impressed. He told him, "Why don't you become my assistant?"
Wow.
So he became his assistant. And then, but he said, one thing we used to do, anybody from outside the village who wanted to see me, they had to pay a shilling, a coin, to be able to see me. So we got a lot of money coming in because so many people wanted to see what it looks like when they're. So I would take them inside the hut and show them my face, and they were amazed to see everything inside. Quite,
wow.
You can imagine what it looks like inside if there was no teeth there, no jaw there, all together, right up to there, and the eyeball hanging loose like that with the muscles, And of course, I had made a plate. So when he had the plate on, he had a support of the plate was there. But otherwise, when he took it out, the eyeball was hanging like that, like a ball hanging. Anyway, so he became very well known. And then he was taught about the medical art, the native medical art and so on. And there are a lot of things I can tell you about these healers. Afterwards, I had a person who was paralyzed, was healed by them and so on. There are a lot of fascinating stories. Right. So there's much more to it.
Yes, I believe that these are the shamans or shamanic practices that people used to do, and they still do exist in different part of the world. We in India, some of them who were recognized as Bhagat or Bhua, they just do this, as Swamiji tells in his story, that the guy used to heal, Hindu or Muslim priest, they used to heal with the feathers of peacock. And those kind of shamans exist in different part of the world, but it is a spiritual or energy healing, and they have tendency to travel across the dimensions in current and beyond time, and they also connect with the how you say, the ancestor spirit and stuff like that. But they have this healing practices which is beyond the scientific practices that we know. And I have read, and there are some beautiful documentary on that also. CNN produced the documentary on that, about different type of spirits and voodoo practices from the Africa and stuff like that. But I agree with you, and I know. But you see, your work, it amazed me because you said that you were not yet full-fledged surgeon, but you learn more by the real experience, by the practice. And I believe my father always used to tell me that our life is the greatest university if you ever want to learn. And Swamiji also says experience is the best teacher. Samarpan Dhyan is the path of experience, not path of knowledge in words. So that is the beautiful part of your journey, that you learn by the real practice as a surgeon with some renowned, surgeon in your life. So that is beautiful. What happened after? Did you go to India?
Yeah. Now, this, by the way, this patient was so grateful for me for giving him that, plate and that opportunity in life. In other words, I was impressed how out of a bad situation, a person can become so
absolutely
positive and the outlook of people, and villagers too, Anyway, now we'll come to the next part. My fascination for neurosurgery was getting dimmer because a lot of patients died, not because of my poor surgery, but it's just that the trauma, the head injuries and so on, And it was really kind of disappointing me. And that was the phase I was going through in my mind, because I used to get emotional when people didn't do well, and so very few kind of thing in neurosurgery itself, neurological part. The other parts was fine, spinal surgery, what do you call ENT. Now at that time, it was at that time that I met with an accident. I couldn't use my right arm in a motor vehicle accident. Somebody was driving and so on. And anyway, I was, so the result was that I had time off, and also I decided I'll quit and go to India to see my parents. So I went to India. And when I went to India, another thing that was in my mind was that I wanted to learn a little bit about leprosy surgery. And and I had heard about Vellore Medical School, where there was a surgeon who had written a book on it. And I read that book on leprosy surgery in my student days, in my later student days. And it was a textbook on it. And so anyway, so I went to India. And my mother was keen that I should get married. Now it was time I got married, and not roam around in my Volkswagen and meet with an accident and all that kind of thing. So, and of course, it was customary in those days. You have arranged marriage and you just see the person for about 15 minutes or 20 minutes and say yes or no, and that was it. So that time, and so she asked me, when I'd gone to Jamnagar to see some relatives, and she said she phoned the relative in Jamnagar saying they had a phone there at that time, with those dial ones, all that, or you have to wait for an operator, whatever kind.
All time.
So, and phoned and told me, there's a holy man coming to, passing through Jamnagar, I heard. My mother said to that uncle of mine, my four, that make sure you take Madhu to see that holy man and get his blessings.
Wow.
My mother was insistent. So the holy man drags me half-heartedly, kind of. I joined him, I went with him. He said, you have to go. Mother said that you are supposed to meet this holy man. So I went there, and I saw in this room, there were a lot of people there, big crowds. And this uncle was pushy. He pushed me out. I felt bad being pushed into front where everybody else wanted to go in the front. But he pushed me until I reached very close to it. And I noticed everybody was getting his blessing. He wasn't saying anything. He was sitting there on a bench, and he was just blessing and loving the people. He had his hands up blessing people. But most people were touching his feet. Some were not letting go. Some were tight and so on. Some would, all kinds of things. I said to me, this elderly man, his feet will get sore. Look at the way that people are doing it. So my uncle said, now touch his feet to me. So I just gently put my fingers on his left toe, nail, not a nail, so that he wouldn't feel anything. I didn't want to hurt him. Anyway, so I put it gently. I folded my hands. I looked at him briefly, but he looked at me in the eye as if he knew I had touched him, even though I touched it so gently. Normally, nobody would understand I had touched it because it was on the nail. He looked at me, and then I couldn't stand them. I turned around and went away. And that was the end of my encounter with him at that time, I thought. But here was I was asked to see, in my mind, I always used to think, when I was a student as well, later years, that when it comes to marriage, everything is destined. You're supposed to meet somebody in that. You think you work for it, nothing happens like that. That's the mindset I had at that time, And so time was coming close for me to go back. I wanted to complete my fellowship. So meanwhile, so on the last day, I was sitting right in Bombay with my uncle, one of my other uncles who was sending all the grocery wholesale to East Africa for my other uncles and so on. He was busy there. I sat down beside him, and he had called a man who was a priest, who was an intermediary, who will arrange marriages between people. Or he might have called it, or he was incidentally there. So I said, sure, arrange it. Whoever you meant to be, I'll see that girl. So he said, okay, tomorrow or this time, and I'll arrange it going to this small restaurant somewhere in the small area of Bombay. And I went there. I was sitting down. This man, there was a girl had come there, the two brothers, and I was sitting down. So we ordered tea. And in those days, you do this. That means half a cup. So everybody brings half a cup of tea. And those half cups were really powerful, and they were, but it's just tea. So between, or say they say 1 by 2 or something like that, he used to say, So they were, or 2 by 1 or whatever. Anyway, so just as I was about to drink the tea, an uncle of mine, and before I could communicate with them, and my uncle's father-in-law, came, the father came from behind. He said, come, you're coming with me. He grabbed me by the neck. I did this and I walked out with him because he was elderly. I respected him a lot. And he took me somewhere else. He said, you're going to see somebody. Now, before this, I had already seen, before this, I had in mind, supposing if a boy was to see a girl, and that girl, how would that girl feel if the boy was to say no? I can imagine my sister seeing a boy and the boy was to say, and I wouldn't want my sister to, somebody tell her, no, I won't marry you, after seeing that, spending half an hour or whatever time. So I said, I have an idea. So I used that trick on that girl, when I saw the next one, not the one that my uncle's father took me to, but the one before that. And this girl was a very pretty girl. I was with the family. I went there with my relatives. We sat down and they asked us to sit on that table just across from there, which was the custom, and discuss, talk out anything. You have 10 minutes or whatever period they give you. And so in that one, she wasn't saying anything. So I started saying, look, first of all, you must know I'm already married. And she looked at me like that. I said, I'm married to medicine. Medicine will always be number one for me. Because I wanted her to say no, not me. See, that was my idea. She was nice looking and everything, nothing wrong. It's just that. So anyway, I used this, and I said whatever. I said I'm going to be. I imagine myself living in small town somewhere in the middle of nowhere and helping people who really needed. And all the idealistic things I had in mind. Anyway, she rejected me. And I was quite okay with that because I knew she wasn't meant for me because I was believing that whatever happens, at least I didn't hurt her. So that was good.
You let go such a beautiful person. So that makes us.
So here I was. That day, this elderly, the father of my uncle, he took me there. He said, you're going somewhere else. So here was I on Marine Drive in Bombay. There's a restaurant. It's called the Cream Center. And it was a little bit posh place. So anyway, I was taken there. And I remember when we were taken there, we were all in a big group. There was a big family there on that side. And I had about 5 people at least with me, my auntie and mostly women, but some men and so on. I can't remember all of them. But anyway, I was told to sit down in the table just across from there. So they could not hear us, but they could see us constantly. So here was this. Lata was sitting on one side, and I was sitting on the other side. I told her the same thing. She thinks I might not, I think I might not have given it that much force as I did the first time, maybe because I was rejected. Maybe I don't know what was going on in my mind, but I did tell her clearly that medicine is number one for me, and so on. And to my surprise, 2 days later, I found out she said yes, and that was the end of history. And I thought that was, so anyway, that was that. And then a marriage was arranged soon because I had to go back, And during the marriage ceremony, to my surprise, this holy man, and I didn't know at that time, this is Babaji, the teacher of Larry Mercy, and all those things. I didn't know the background. This is his present, where he's come. Anyway, he appeared at the wedding. At the wedding, out of the blue, he came, somebody brought him there, and he sat down, and my father-in-law was so excited. He stood up, and he had just come in time before the Mangal Fera goes. This is the ceremony we do where the bride goes around the fire, bride and the bridegroom go around the fire. So just before the ceremony was to start, he had just come at that time. So my father-in-law said to him, I'm not giving the bride away, you are giving it away. So the holy man gave the bride away.
Wow.
And then it's quite a thing to have a holy man give somebody to you, and the rest of your life, you never forget that. Anyway, that's another story. When at the wedding, he blessed us like this. You see the picture there? There's one picture there.
Very beautiful picture.
So he is blessing us. That's me and Lata on the right side. He blessed us. And when he bowed, when I bowed, I knew he was a holy man. You could feel there, some kind of something in you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you okay.
Sorry.
And we
Okay,
can
I'll make
see
it better.
we can see a lot of hairs also.
Is that right?
On your
Now can
head.
you hear me? All right. So what happened was this. I bowed down to him, and as I bowed down to him, in my mind, I thought, he's blessing me. The best blessing it can give me is that I don't get caught up in this worldly life or married life, ordinary married life, and so on. You know, that's the best. And when I lifted my head up, he smiled at me as if he knew what my prayer was. You know, and he gave me a look, and I could bear that look this time. You know, and
Yes.
then, as you know, in no time, he had gone, and just as he had come. Not only did I not know where he came from, but even my father-in-law didn't, you know, but he was so thrilled. Now, that wasn't the end of it all for me. Afterwards, after the wedding, we went to Bangalore with our parents, with my parents. And in Bangalore, just a week or two later, I heard that the holy man who had come to bless us at the wedding was passing through Bangalore. So I had to see him. Naturally, he came all the way to the wedding. I didn't know much about him anymore. So I decided to go there. And this time I went by myself because I was busy with some things with my mother and so on. So I got into this building. Upstairs, he was there. The place was crowded with a lot of people. They were singing bhajans, you know? And I went, and somebody gave me a place to sit at the top of that stair there, just so that I could see him from but the place was fully clouded. And at that time, I was thinking to myself, that I wish instead of all these songs, everybody's singing these bhajans, and half of them I don't understand the meaning of these bhajans, you know, although I like bhajans, but not without meaning. So I wish you would say some words. I wish you would say something. As soon as I said that in my mind, the last bhajan had finished, and he looked straight up, and he said, "What is there to say?" Looking straight at me in the corner where I was. Almost, you know, I thought he was so far away, he wouldn't see me. But pointing there, he said, "What is there to say? Always remember, look at good things everywhere, in everyone." And then he didn't say a thing. The next thing I know is that I went downstairs and asked people, "What did he say altogether?" They say he never spoke a word. I said, "He did say something in between." They said, "Yeah, for a little, he said something, but didn't know exactly what it was. But I heard it clearly. You know, that's what he said." Anyway, that was history. I never saw him again, except many years later when we came to Bombay to see, we met a person very close to him, who told us, whom we were proudly told us that you know, that he had visited, he had blessed us at the wedding. He said, "No, they never came to you." I said, "What do you mean? We have photos to prove it to you." He said, "I believe you that you have photos." But at that time, he was with us 24/7, because in Surat, in 67, there was a flood there. 67, you know, at the time of wedding, 67, 68, yeah. There was a flood there, and we were with him all the time. And I know he never left, but we heard that he was seen there. Anyway, that's another story.
Wow. That is a miraculous wedding blessings that you got. And it is very, very parallel to what today's generation is able to get the blessing from Swamiji and Guruma during the Samarpan Vivah. Like we have Hemali and Vishal who got wedded at the Samarpan Vivah platform, and they got blessed by Swamiji. So they can compare these blessings of your life, and they can see that when you are blessed with such a divine personality who can be at more than one place at a time through their subtle existence, this is not something that we heard in the Lord Krishna story, that Krishna was here in the Mathura and he was also dancing in Vrindavan with Radha. This is the real story where we are listening from somebody who was in Surat with Ranchod Das Ji Babaji, and you were the person who were in Jamnagar or any place in that area, and during that wedding. So this is possible, and we have seen and heard such miraculous experiences from the sadhaks also, that Swamiji literally came in their house, and Swamiji was walking in their house or around their house with his physical body, because this is the physical, not the physical body, but the subtle existence where energy body can travel literally from one place to another, and it is exactly the same personality or shape that you can see. So it is possible, and it is only for those who believe it. It is only for those who believe it.
Yes, I came to know more about him, of course, from the family afterwards, after the marriage. Came from my father-in-law. All the stories he told about amazing things that he had experienced in his presence, all kinds of things that we are familiar with Baba Swami anyway. But
right. And Lataji is such a best person to have such guru coming in their family from childhood. It is amazing. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, one thing I can't forget is my mother-in-law. I remember I was saying at one time they used to live in a family with 36 people or something like that in one house. And it was so you can imagine the kind of organization she would be involved in. So she was a very organized person. And not only that, even in the late years when, in the late 80s, when I would visit there, I liked Ayurveda. So I would have books on Ayurveda written about different plants and so on. And she would want to read it. She would want me to live one with her so that at night she could read it at that age. She loved Ayurveda, and her lifestyle was Ayurvedic, And she lived up without any illness, and she lived to a nice old age without any kind of medication. And she had various tests done to find out why she was gaining weight, but they couldn't find anything wrong with it. Anyway, she was so organized, and I see that organization is inherited not only in Lata and all her sisters, but she has really organized my life in so many ways in the medical field. And so, not only that, her organizing skills have come to both my daughters in their fields, especially my older daughter. She actually runs an organization named after my mother-in-law, Hansa. It deals with organizing, Anyway, she was the one who graduated from Western University in London, Ontario, and went on to do her MBA in Europe and so on. Worked for Reuters and in the stock markets and everything.
Amazing.
And she's the one married to Sanjeev, who is in the bank, and so my other son. So now coming to my to this other aspect of my married life. We moved from India. We came by boat after the wedding from Bombay to Mombasa. And this time it was a nice steamboat, and they were getting better. So it was we are used to, in the later years of my life, the steamers were more popular, way more popular. Nobody traveled by dhows then, because dhows used to take, you saw the picture of the dhows earlier on. These dhows were made of wood, and they were two big sails, as you saw in the first picture of Mombasa I showed you. And they would depend on the sail, depending upon the wind. And there were mostly Kutchi people who owned them. There were some Arabs too who owned those dhows, and they used to come between India and East Africa. But this time we came by ship and steamer, and it was one cruise that we had, and it was a rough sea. We enjoyed it, but at the same time, that was our last cruise, by the way. That was enough for us. We came to Mombasa, toured a little bit around. I showed the wildlife and a little bit of other towns, Kisumu. I think we went to Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, which is another nice port like Mombasa. Anyway, after that, we decided we'll go to Scotland. Let me finish my second part of the fellowship. We came to this place, and so we came to this place back in Scotland, and there. But my hours working there, I had to work before sitting the second part, because I still needed a little bit of extra experience to be able to be eligible for the exam. I remember going to work. At that time, Lata had all her education in Gujarati medium. Even when he came to do her college education in Bombay, it was, I believe it was Gujarati medium on, when we got married. So she couldn't complete her college education. But it was mostly, English was only something she, basically overall, she learned it herself. And, but her style of communication and all the other things way excelled every one of, us, even among our medical friends and so on at that time in Glasgow. And so we had a nice group of people we used to get together with and so on. So you had some social life, but otherwise I could be out at work on a Friday, for example, and then don't come back until Monday evening when I was on call in the weekend. And she would be all alone, no company, except when one day a milkman had come and dropped a cat. Somebody had dropped a kitten in his bag. And because he was carrying milk, somebody dropped a kitten into the bag and she gifted her that. And that kitten, she raised him up like amazingly, called it Snoopy. And the kitten would run downstairs into the park, and she had taught her to slide down the slide like you do to children. The kitten would climb up and slide down. And then sometimes she would be in the window, and I was surprised too when I would come home. So one day I remember she was at the windows, it was a sliding window from the first floor, and she says, Snoopy, Snoopy. And far away, I saw the cat running from the park, running, right upstairs. She came up into the house. She was like a pet. But at that time, remember, she was taking care of that place. In wintertime, you had to burn coal in those days. That's the only way you can keep warm. And the coal fire, and the coal were heavy coal, not charcoal like you use. And she would go down the slope, pick up a bag of charcoal, and remember, she had a baby with her now, because we had a baby born in Mombasa. Before that, I forgot that part of it. Aarti was born in Mombasa in Kenya. So anyway, so she had this one baby. Later on, I know at that time she wasn't. It was afterwards. I beg your pardon. At that time, she just had the cat. It was only after I graduated and so on that Aarti arrived. So she used to she used to take care of the place, and it was quite laborious work for her, especially for somebody who was not used to any work at all. I remember she wanted a glass of water, somebody will bring it to her. That's the kind of upbringing that she was used to. So, but she adjusted amazingly. She was only 19 when she got married. I was 28. So anyway, so it was quite a life, tough life in many ways, because those days doctors were expected to work long hours. And on top of it, every spare time I had, I would go to the library and study and so on. And in those days, I remember, when you're studying at home, in my student days at least, it wasn't so bad when she made the fire, that I would take care of the fire. But earlier on, when you're studying, you have to put a coin in the machine, in the gas box, and that coin will give you that much power for the fire,
Wow.
And then when you're studying, you got 2 pages and you say, wow, I spent almost a shilling for 3 pages, and I have the whole book to go through, so you go to the library and study there instead of studying in wherever you live. That was the days in England at that time. Most people didn't have a shower, a place in their home. They would go to public showers. I remember, I used to go to the Students' Union to get a shower, bath.
Wow,
and,
that is interesting.
That was a usual thing in Scotland, because winters were cold and the houses were not heated. The street lights were lit by gas lamps. And one of the things students could get a job at is to take a pole and light every evening, go and light the lamp. Every lamp in that street, you are allowed at certain streets, you light the lamp with the gas lamp with the lighter.
Interesting.
Anyway, but in that, she took care of it. She adjusted to that life while I passed the second part of my exam. And soon after, we went back to East Africa. I worked as an orthopedic surgeon there because orthopedic attracted me somehow. Everybody got better. I had the best results ever with every patient. I couldn't complain with any patient at all. And that was fun.
So when did you move to Americas from here?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. The political situation was getting a little bit dicey and various other reasons. So we decided to leave East Africa and come to UK. In 1972, we decided we'll move. I had a couple of friends in Canada already, and from my childhood, from my school days. So I got, and we had decided, and with one of them, we looked at the whole world. Before he moved to Canada, we looked at the map of the world, and he said, which country shall we go to? Because at that time, for doctors, and by this time, he had become a professional in pharmacology and so on. He was a brilliant one. He was the top student in our school in all days, And so he had, and we had opened world for us. We looked at every country in the world. We looked at Australia was too far away, and European languages, we didn't know many of the language. I didn't know any language, European language, and USA. there was enlisting, the Vietnam War and all that kind of thing. And they were forcefully enlisted. And if you're a doctor, you're more likely to be going out in the war and that kind of thing. And the politics we didn't like. We looked at the politics of the nations. We looked at the whole world where we should go. Middle East, we didn't want to go because we didn't like the kind of, even though the money was great, and so on. So anyway, he settled for Canada and he kept calling me there. And next thing, I got to, in 72, I ended up in Boston to explore. I went to the hospital, Boston General Hospital. Apparently they were looking for people. I went across, not far away, for the immigration department. I said, I want to come and I want to come here, not just a work permit. I want to come to settle here right from the beginning. Can you do that? And the secretary at the bottom of the big building said to me, of course we'll do that. You're a doctor. Not only that, I noticed you are a Kenya citizen. By the time I had taken Kenyan citizenship when I was in UK, as soon as Kenya became independent.
Right.
And it was quite an experience because when I went to East Africa with that passport, which says doctor so and so, and at the immigration department, it was all Africans now taken over the government from the British. One African looked at that man and he seeing a Kenya passport and a doctor, he shouted, he started to wave the passport. He says, who says we don't have doctors of our own? Here is our doctor, Beck. We have a doctor, and so on. Everybody celebrated. It was quite a welcome for me. Anyway, that's by the way. But so in Boston, when I spoke to the lady there, she said, of course we'll arrange it. Kenya, we have open. Nobody, we don't have any, we have a full slot open for Kenyans. So you'll get that. We'll arrange that. You go ahead and get the official job, from wherever you want to get job. And those days, jobs were easy to get. So, but meanwhile, I had a friend in St. John's, Newfoundland. He was my real close friend.
Is he one of those 3 boys who were passing the challenge exam in your school?
Yes, they were the top students, among the 5 top students,
Yes.
And the other, the real topper was even in Canada. At that time, he was in Alberta, and he wanted me to come to Alberta. Anyway, but here was I said, and I had a job offer in Newfoundland. So my doctor was looking for his medical practice, We had visited East Africa and somehow I was invited. So I said, this is good. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll see my friend, I was not in the killing business, by the way. I was in the healing business, don't forget. So anyway, so I went there and when I went there, he took me, instead of taking me to the hospital where I could practice whatever I wanted to, at the same time work in his clinic. When I went there, he took me to the hill in St. John's, which overlooks the harbor. When I looked at that harbor, it reminded me of Mombasa. What a view, what a place, the water, the sea, which was it's not only did I love, but my mother loved the sea even more. In fact, she said, I don't want to go to temple. That's my temple, the ocean,
Yes.
being brought up there. So I had that kind of feeling too for the sea and for the ocean. So anyway, so I said yes to him, even before going to his own practice and anything else, even before going to the hospital that he was staff at and so on. And next thing, me and Lata ended up coming to Newfoundland, and we loved every moment of it.
Beautiful, beautiful story. And I can see so many places that you have been, and it is amazing to see the way you were thinking in those days and how the world was at that time. In today's time, the doctors means you are completing your MBBS and you are doing your MD and you start practicing, taking either in your own clinic or working for somebody. But here, your journey was not like that. You went from step by step and you explore so many different areas of medicine that made you such a competent surgeon and a general practitioner doctor also in your job, what you described. I believe there is so much to learn in your story that if you have a giving heart as a person, then doctor is right profession for you. Being doctor is the right profession for you.
In practicing in Newfoundland was amazing experience.
Right.
In the beginning, I used to do all kinds of surgery, surgical assistance, in all branches, and delivering babies. I remember one night I delivered 2 babies, and third one was due, and the gynecologist, a friend of mine, he said, "Why, I'm an obstetrician, and you are having more deliveries than I am, and you are doing family medicine basically right now." It was Mount Pearl is a town which is a twin city of St. John's. Just touching. Now there's no boundary at all. You just more into it. It was very close. At that time, people used to have second home in Mount Pearl.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. And it was a population of about 10,000. And I
Can
came
we
there.
move? Yes. Can we move to the next question, Dr. Nathwani?
So,
let's move on to the next question.
Yeah.
So did you have any guru in your life before meeting Swamiji? You mentioned a little bit about Ranchodas Ji Babaji. So we will move on the next part.
Yes, we got the next one. Yes. When I was in Scotland, as well as when I was in Newfoundland, my Lata would accompany me to all kinds of churches, because every weekend and Sunday they would have churches. So I would go to shop around for churches, and she would come with me and 2 of us. So I was exposed to a lot of different faiths. I could talk. I was attracted to so many different denominations, you name it, and I was there. I knew the history as well. I did classes, study classes, and so on. But everything changed when my friend. Another reason I come to Newfoundland was that I felt needed some company, and my friend from school days who was there in Newfoundland, his wife was an amazing person, and she was great company for Lata. First time she met somebody, and there was another family that lived, his own cousins lived in nearby too for us. So anyway, she was happy with that. But that lady invited Swami Chinmayanda to come to Newfoundland. Wow. And this was the first time, before he came to anywhere in North America, I believe that the first visit he made, even before he went to California, as far as I know, he came to Newfoundland first.
Wow.
So Chinmayanda, when he came to Newfoundland, my life changed. I saw the vastness of that culture, the Hindu culture that I was never really exposed to. I knew the customs and so on, rituals and all that. And I loved that. Even from childhood, I could recite mantras, a lot, some of them, not many. But anyway, but this was something different. This chart you see in the picture on the right is classical. Yeah, that one. In the chart, basically, I'll say a few words about it. Basically, the chart is saying, from what I understand, that we are made up of the body, mind, and intellect, BMI. And we see the world of objects, emotions, and thoughts. But who is it that sees it? There's you in the middle, the perceiver, the feeler, and the thinker. That's what you are, right?
Right.
He said, yes. He said, but really, no. But you see, there's some tendencies in you that mechanically do make you do this way. If you're more sattvic, you do that, tamasic this way, and so on. And that is due to your vasanas, your sanskaras, your what the baggage you bring from your previous life. The blueprint, whatever you call it, Kundalini blueprint, or whatever words you use. But he used the word vasana for it. It's the vasanas that control. He says, it's time you wake up from all that and come to the Om, the Atma. The real you is that Atma. And that's how we used to teach anyway. But there are a lot of things he taught us.
Yeah, but this is the basic. This is the basic of the entire spirituality, regardless of which faith you come from. That ultimately it boils down to purifying your soul from the body, mind, and intellect's vasana, and that is how Swamiji also mentioned that पूर्व जन्म के संस्कार को, बुरी आदतों को जब हम छोड़ देते हैं और चित्त पवित्र हो जाता है, तो सिर्फ प्यार ही रह जाता है, चैतन्य ही रह जाता है, तभी हमारी आत्मा पवित्र होकर मोक्ष के द्वार पे निकल जाती है. So that is exactly what Swamiji also says, that once your soul is getting rid of all the attachment and expectations and desires in the world. Your mind, body, and spirit are purified, and you are ready to move on the next realm or next level of your spiritual platform from Agya Chakra to Sahasrara as pure soul. And that is the path of liberation that Swamiji is giving us through Samarpan meditation. So it's a beautiful thing. I never knew about this chart of Chinmayananda, but this is Sanatan Dharma. This is the Vedic philosophy that we all have, and that is what impressed you, I believe, from what you are saying. Amazing thing. Thank you for sharing that with us.
He spoke in English, so it made it so much easier, and he spoke simple words, but his words were powerful. To me, he was Vivekananda. Come here again.
Yes, yes. Very true, very true. And I think one of our guests in earlier the TIS also, Ramnath Kamath, he was very impressed by Chinmayananda Satsang. And he was on a business tour, and he also learned from Chinmayananda's discourses. And he was equally impressed by his teaching the way you are impressed. That yes, our Vedic literature has some base that is beyond what we know as a human being or intellectual person. Interesting, interesting.
I felt very empowered.
We can go on the next one.
In that letter, by the way, one of the last words in the second letter in English, he says, I have full faith in somebody like you, so I'm going to leave you alone. I have more time. I want to pay more attention to others, but I leave it up to you. That empowered me a lot too,
Yes,
and
yes, yes.
It was
this is amazing achievement. This is greater than a paycheck that you get from the work, because Swamiji also says there are three types of sadhak. One who are doing regular meditation, one who does when the problem comes, and one who are doing nothing. So Swamiji says those who are doing regular meditation, I'm not worried about that person. But those who are doing once in a while, prasad lage batne, jab chappad lage phatne, those are the people I'm worried about. And those who don't do meditation, of course, I'm going to spend more time on that. So that is the philosophy of every guru, that they want to make sure that all their disciples or shishya move forward on their spiritual journey. Amazing. Thank you.
I must tell you an amazing story of Swami Chinmayananda. I don't think anybody ever heard this before. Even in the Chinmaya mission, they might not have heard this story.
We can keep the next slide while we are listening to that story. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there on the left you see Swamiji, and on that, yeah, that's Swamiji, and in front here is Chintanacharya, the little boy whose name was given by Swamiji, and behind that is in Alberta right now.
And Lataji with two daughters of yours.
Sorry, I'm putting my hand there. So he's a chiropractor. Yes, and behind is my Lata, and then on the left is Aarti, and on the right is Amita. By the way, Amita, I didn't mention about you. She went on to study Ayurveda at the Mercy University of Management in Iowa. They were the first university in USA to open a degree course in Ayurveda. She was in India at that time when she got the admission, and she was studying Sanskrit. And the interview she had, part of the interview at least she had on the telephone for admission was in Sanskrit. And that was by a non-Indian who spoke Sanskrit, speaking to her from Sanskrit was a necessary thing at the Iowa school for Ayurveda students naturally. So anyway, she went on to study Ayurveda. She went and worked at the Raj. Like our other older daughter, we used to get phone calls from our boss and different clients who would say, "What an amazing daughter you have! She is so good in her work," and all that kind of thing. And
so you say the name is Dr. Aarti now?
Her name is Amita, and she practices between Durango, Colorado, and mostly now in Tucson, Arizona. And she is part of the integrated medical program, and medical students now are taught Ayurveda, and she teaches them there. So it's nice to see this integrated approach coming into the West.
Interesting.
So she's written some papers, on in journals. In fact, there's one paper just now, a couple of days ago, she sent me.
She's blessed to have parents like you.
And
she's
so on.
She's blessed, I believe. Let's move on this part of the Chinmayananda.
Yeah. So now, Chinmay, I'll tell you the story about Chinmay. Swami Chinmay, once I went to a camp, and in this camp, there were youngsters. I was taking care of the youngsters. I think it was in upstate New York, at a college there. We are camp, and one day Swamiji said, "I want to speak to children only." So he called all the youngsters. They were teenagers mostly, and one of them was a really tough one. But anyway, he came and he sat in front of Swamiji with his legs stretched out, side pointing at Swamiji, And I wanted to hint to him, "Come on, bend your legs forward. You can't sit like that in front of us." But before I could do that, he said, "Swami," and he was typical American accent. He was, all these were children of Indian origin, mostly.
Uh-huh.
And so he said, "Swami, what do you want?" And I was feeling bad because I was supposed to have taken care of it. I had exposure to, I'd given them exposure for 3-4 days earlier, and I should have trained him properly to speak. But he said, "What do you want? What do you want us to do? Why do you call here? The only holidays we get is this time. We want to mix with our friends, play around and have fun. And our parents push us and send us to these camps. And here, uncle here, he wakes us up early in the morning, 5 o'clock, and makes us go for a walk, drill, and then gets us after the shower, he does yoga and all that. What do you want us? Can't we have, what do you want from us bringing us here?" So you know what Swamiji said? Swami says, "I like your questioning. You are asking the right question, but I don't think you're interested in knowing that." So the boy said, "I am, that's why I'm asking you. What do you want?" He said, "If you really want to know, come closer. Come, everybody come closer, because I'm going to tell you something that I have never told even your parents. They don't understand, but I'll tell you something. They'll give you the right answer." So it fascinated me. I listened very carefully. I never forgot. He said, "I'll tell you a story. There was a man. He kept a shop, and he has his 2 children. But the man wanted those 2 children to not just be tied up with the shop, but he wanted to show them something precious. But the children wouldn't come because they were busy with work. And one day something happened, and the shop had to close. So he grabbed them and said, 'You're coming with me.' So they walked along the wood, quite a distance. He said, 'I want you to see something behind this.' When we reached there, when they reached a wall, which was a big hall, not very tall, but enough, not enough for somebody to climb. He said, 'I want you to see what's behind them.' So the man said, 'Why didn't you tell us before? And the wall is so tall. We would have brought a ladder or something.' And he said, 'Look, we'll get it. You get.' So he said, 'You get on top of my shoulder.' One of the son didn't come, of course, one came. So he said, 'Get on my shoulder.' And he tried to get on top of his shoulder, and he tried to reach out. His hand could barely reach the top, and he fell down because it was slippery and the rod was, and there was no end to the wall. It was going from one end to the other, so there was no shortcut. So he fell down and he says, 'Come on, we'll come another day.' He said, 'No. You were to see it. Now or never. Come, stand up on my,' he said, 'I can't.' He said, 'You try it again.' So when he stood up on his shoulders, he grabbed his 2 ankles and lifted him so high that he could get a glimpse of it. And when he got a glimpse, he came tumbling down again, but this time he says, 'Wow.' He says to his father, 'Wow, old man, why didn't you tell me this before? I'm going to get there if the last thing I do.' So Swamiji said, 'This is what I'm trying to tell people. There's something there that once you get the experience of it, that thing will stop you from getting there.'
Absolutely.
And this, the old people don't understand, but I think I hope in you, some people, youngsters like you, I hope in you, because you'll understand someday. If not now, someday. Because I'm going to try to show you something I can't express with words, that there is an experience to be had. Anyway, that's the end of the story.
That's very, very beautiful thing. And this is what we are also trying to instill in the Samarpan Americas family. We are taking the young children in the Bal Vikas classes. We are working together with our youth and making them do the Guru Karya and work with us together so that they have the professional qualities and values of how to deal with people and how to handle critical situation, whether it is presentation like this or a business meeting or anything. But slowly but surely we are creating and making the young people stand up, and this is itself a blessing from Guru Shakti. What you learn from this experience and in working together is amazing, because again, this is Samarpan is one of the most unique platform that we have created for the upcoming generation. What we are learning in today's interview in so far, we have not even moved to the rest of the question. We are just 1/3 of the interview, and we are learning so many things that you will not learn in any book or any classroom. So thank you very much for that. Now we are seeing this Lord Krishna photo and some characters like Lord Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh kind of characters. What is this, Dr. Nathwani? Tell us about it.
Well, these are pictures from St. John's, Newfoundland. When Swamiji was there, a Muslim lady was so impressed, gave a building for as a gift to Swamiji. Swamiji says, I am a wandering person. I don't need that, but I gave it to the community. They can build some kind of place to get together and so on. And people decided to build a temple there. And he said, I'll send you the statue, whatever you ask for. And a committee was, and because I lived in Mount Pearl, the place where the building was, so I was one of the members of the committee. And but we couldn't come to a conclusion. There was somebody from South India, somebody from North, and different parts of India, East and West, and which statue to have. We argued and discussed and so on, because that was, each one felt this was the important statue to have. And meanwhile, we got a message from India. Swamiji kept writing, saying, make up your mind, make up your mind. But meanwhile, we got this message saying Krishna is coming. So here was the statue of Krishna. Apparently, Birla, I believe, was building a little temple in one of the villages. You know, he built many other temples in one of these villages. And this didn't work out, so the statue was there ready, and Swamiji had arranged it. And Air India said, we'll fly it, even though they only flew up to Toronto, we'll arrange for you to come to St. John's. So we didn't have expense of that. So here was the statue, you see in the middle there. And we had a little temple built up and so on from that. And then later on, we moved to a bigger temple, you know.
Bhumi Pujan. These are the pictures of the Bhumi Pujan?
Yes. On the right-hand side was the Bhumi Puja that was done to make the temple, new temple. And me, Lata and myself were asked to do the ceremony because by default, you know, at that time, number one, the priest had insisted certain criteria. One was that you have to be a vegetarian. Another thing, the family couple. Second thing was that your parents must be alive. I don't know what kind of, you know, this in South India, they are pretty strict regulations.
Wow.
And you should have no enemies. You know, should be popular with people and so on. So anyway, by default, I happened to be, me and Lata ended up doing that. That time, I think I was the chairman of the committee as well. That was another factor. Anyway, you see, that's before the ceremony, the priest had told me, first of all, that you're going to do that. I said, how come you don't do it? He said, you are the Ajman. Because, and I asked him why not. So he said, in this place, which is this land that you have got, that land is filled with all kinds of plants, insects, and you're going to destroy all of them. And then if you're not going to use the place for a better cause, then I incur some negativity that I don't want to take. You, Yajman, you do that. And so, and anyway, he explains. So next day, that night, I remember going to the house. The next day, we're going to cut 2 days later, we're going to cut the grass and everything, you know, and to get the land ready for a tent so that we could have the ceremony. So I went and took some Ganga Jal. I sprinkled everything all alone in the evening after my clinic, sprinkled it all around, prayed to the land, please. I don't want to take the responsibility for this thing. You know, because next day we're going to destroy everything, cutting the grass. So we had a tent race, and this is at the tent. We did the ceremony, you know, and the Pran Pratishtha is called.
So what is this three characters on the left side?
Puja.
You have Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh in this drama on the left side.
Yeah.
Who is this? You want to tell us?
Picture. Oh, that's a drama we had there. I played the role of Shiva at that drama. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and we had a beautiful drama. Viresh was there too, but I don't see him in this picture. He played another role, and so on, you know. And then in the middle, and below that picture on the right-hand side, you see the ceremony. We are doing a kalasham and so on, and you see me carrying, being one of the people, the closest one. That's me here.
Yes.
And then on the right-hand side, there is the ceremony. You see Viresh on the right-hand side, the very right corner. Yeah, there's Shirish. And so on. He was the next chairman, by the way, for the Hindu temple, you know, the new temple and so on.
So apparently
standing up there behind, by the way, is another friend. They were previous directors and so on, you know. The one that behind is called, his name is Damodar. I'll tell you a little bit about him, perhaps, you know, as we go further in the next part.
Yeah, so it is amazing that you and Viresh Bhai have worked closely.
Quite an experience living in Finland.
You and Viresh Bhai have worked very close.
A lot of stories you can tell.
Early days.
I think we have to take care of time too.
Right. Okay. We'll move on to the next one.
Oh yes.
And
this is Swami Dayananda. Oh, that's just as Swami Chinmayanda inspired us into the spirituality, Swami Dayananda would take you into the depths of it. You know?
Wow.
And it was he would tell us the value of values in things, you know. He would tell us how to manage your life, you know, how to live it. In fact, we used to have some discussion between me and Lata. We used to have some differences, you know. The difference was that I was not, she found that I was not taking care of my family and especially financial things and so on very well and so on. So Swami Dayananda told me, I remember his words in the dining table when we were having breakfast together. He said, any fool can make money, but it takes a wise one to know when to use it and when not to, and how to sell it. You know, and also a lot of other things he advised. You know? Lata can tell you stories about it because I sometimes used to be at work and he gave classes early in the morning and evening. I attended all the classes and
very true.
Loved him. And below in the picture there, you see his disciple, who now is in charge of the Svidya Pitham Gurukulam here and in Rishikesh, in India, Nakalam, different places, they have centers there. Just like Chinmaya Mission, you have Svidya Pitham. And Swami Dayananda, of course, used to be a disciple of Swami Chinmayanda and so on, and other guru he had and so on. But anyway, you see the picture on the left, that's me and my parents. And that was my 60th birthday on that day.
Wow.
So I was in India at Swami Vidit Natji's ashram, and he's doing a ceremony. There was a fire havan there, but in that one he is pouring some water on our heads, me and Lata.
Wow.
While my mother stands in the background. And that priest was amazing, the one who's standing there. He was a South Indian priest who did quite a ceremony and a lot of energy in that during the fire ceremony.
So much blessings, so much blessing.
60.
Yes, and I like this quote that Swami Dayananda Saraswati has mentioned in this photo that you selected. If you live your life intelligently, you appreciate that you do not own a single thing in this world. You are only a managing trustee of this body and everything else. If you know that you are not the owner, you will manage it well. This is what Swamiji also says, that try not to get attached to the world and material things. Try to become a soul. And this is exactly what it means. Every Vedic teaching will try to bring you towards Atmana or soul. And once you know your soul, you will be knowing God himself or Parabrahma or Paramatma. Amazing teaching, amazing story. And we have question number 4 now. Can we move? Please tell us about when and how you personally met Baba Swami for the first time. What was your anubhuti?
The year was 2005, actually November, when I heard about him. And I heard from Kumar Bhai in Bangalore. I never met him, but I heard there was a person named Kumar Bhai who wanted to come to Newfoundland. And so they contacted me to arrange all that. And so I said to them, I have enough gurus in my life and I don't want to hear about another one, basically. And but then I heard that he also said that there is a Shibir taking place of him in December. So I said to myself, I'd rather hear from him than from somebody else.
Yes.
So I go to that, and I was going every year. We used to go to India in December, in winter time. We spend most of our winters, whenever possible, over the years. So many trips we have made to India. We spend winter months there, basically, whenever we could afford, and whenever it was, and all the time we could do that. Things were,
Nice.
life was really good. So when I went to India, at the same time he had come to Newfoundland, but I wasn't in Newfoundland in December. But in December, everywhere I saw a notice of the big Atmanubhuti Mahashibir taking place in the big playground. It's not far from our home where we lived. We had a condo there. And so Lata and I had a discussion. And in the discussion, she said, should we go and see another guru? We have Rachawasi Maharaj here, his ashram is here, and you are going to the Ramakrishna Mission ashram almost every evening, here. And we had a big Ramakrishna ashram in Bangalore, in Rajkot, a duplicate almost of what is found in Calcutta. Anyway, so then something told me that that's what our Guru Dev would want us to do. That's something told me. So I told her, don't you think it's possible? She said, yes. She said, okay, let's go and give one day try. I said, okay. So we went to the first day. Of course, she had difficulty sitting on the floor for long. And they had a few chairs there. And we found ourselves among 65,000 people at least.
Wow.
So I sat in the middle somewhere. And then I started listening. And there was pin drop silence as he started to talk. He started with a story, telling you, waking you up. By a story, just by a story, telling you, hey, don't behave like a beggar. You're a king. And so on. The kind of thing he started to talk one by one. One day passed and we couldn't tear ourselves. We went every day without fail. Not only that, I think it was the second day, she sat on the floor and she wasn't able to do without discomfort for years. And no problem. Since then, she was sitting on the ground as we heard it. And what I heard was something that I hadn't heard before. I thought I knew everything. I knew Vedanta, or at least my understanding of Vedanta. Not that I knew, it was all my ego, basically. I didn't really know Vedanta that much because he was talking about Vedanta, really. But he was speaking in such simple words. He gave the concept. First of all, he said, I take all your negativities, including your disease, give it to me. And I said, wow. I looked at the crowd behind me. How many diseases are there here? If he takes it all, what's going to happen to him? No human being can take disease of other person and survive. As soon as I thought that in my mind, he said next sentence. He said, look, don't worry about me. I have an aura around me that takes care of it. It passes on through it. I want you to do this so that you can sit down and meditate. I'm going to teach you something just now. But this will come in your way. Give me everything. Give me your past. Give me this. And so on. The way he put it was something new for me. And not only that, I found that he brought in the concept of Guru principle. In other words, Guru Saktis. And I hadn't understood that earlier. He clarified it. And suddenly I found that in him, I saw all my other gurus. I was seeing Chinmaya there, I was seeing Dayananda there, I was seeing Ranchwasi Maharaj, whatever I read about him at that time and so on. Everything was because he was speaking their language. And not only that, he was making you connect to the energies, not to him, the person. So here I was, unlike the evangelist who was going to baptize me in Glasgow, and you didn't like it when I told him that my mother kept a picture of Mother Mary and Christ there, and we all of them there. And because I wasn't ready to give them up, he was upset with me and didn't baptize me. Unlike that, here was this person who accepted everything. He even said that, look at the charan of the gurus, Guru Charan. And I knew already what the magic of the Guru Charan was when I touched the left toenail of my Rachwasi Maharaj, what it can do.
Absolutely.
Here was he was emphasizing the kind of thing that I didn't understand before, the value of Guru Charan. Wow, it was like magic, It was, that means it's the energies. You're not talking about a person. You're talking about the energies that's flowing, the cosmic energy. By the end of the whole talk, there's so many things I can talk about, but by the end of the whole talk, everybody was leaving, and I was looking at him, and I said, if there was an incarnation of God today, I see it there right in front. But how can it be possible, a human being, a simple human being who doesn't seem to have any education, doesn't know the scriptures, and it's all against what I have understood from our Indian background, where you need to be knowledgeable. Knowledge was the thing, and yet he was knowledge. He was pouring out knowledge without book, without any references and so on. But everything is spoke. And the stories, every day there'll be a different story. And that story was hitting me. It was saying, this is what happening. What is what I am doing? That's it. And he was trying to wake me up to realize, hey, I'm not a wanting person. Fully satisfied. I am just meant to give, not to want, The kind of thing words can't describe. All I can tell you is that that's it. There was no other, for me, there was nothing else.
Amazing, amazing. It's such a wonderful thing to witness in your story, the transformation that is happening on a soul level from the mind and body level. What you learn or what you were seeing as a doctor was on a physical level, on a mental level, on a knowledge level. What you learn from Chinmayananda was again scriptural knowledge or the bookish knowledge, as Swamiji mentioned. But here it is coming on a practical level in terms of energy exchange, in terms of vibrational frequency, in terms of language of vibration, as Swamiji says, Anubhuti ka gyan. And simple layman's language, what touch the heart and mind of intellectual people when they meet Swamiji or they listen to Swamiji is simple layman's language. He's talking about life's experiences. And we are doing the same thing in This is Samarpan. This is Samarpan is all about how that vibrational language has changed life of people by inner transformation. This is what we wanted to hear from you. And what I want audience to take away is this is not a path of following somebody as a guru or master. This is not a path of following a religion or any cult or any system or organized religion here. It is all about bringing inner transformation by practicing meditation, because our system inside has everything that we need for us to become liberated. What we learn from Swami Chinmayananda, that we were perceiving or we were feeling at the mind and body level, and we were thinking at the intellectual level, is all possible to get rid of, because that is what is creating problem in our life. All the problems are related to Sharir, as Swamiji says, body and mind and intellect. So how we can get rid of it? Get rid of that mind, body and intellect and become a soul. How you can become soul? Simply practice meditation. And more of that is coming in later story, and more of that will be coming in the interview in the second half of it. So I would like to pass it down to the next part for our upcoming events. Thank you very much. Jai Baba Swami. So sorry, this part is left out. You met Swamiji personally again in the Penru retreat, right?
That's right.
Yes, sorry
That's
for
right.
that. Go ahead.
Now, when I came back, it was just it must be the very next year, 2006. Yeah, that's right. I very much wanted to have his darshan in person rather than from a distance, with so many crowds and so on. And so this was an opportunity. But then there were strict rules as to who could attend there. And it so happened that one of the rules was that those who had been to a Mahashibi before could. So me and Lata were qualified to go there. But when I applied, they said, no way, you don't really qualify. That doesn't, you're from abroad and so on, because they didn't realize that I had really gone there and attended those, because there was some proof, something. But Umar Bhai, who was in the Sadhak, he pushed it and made sure that we did it. So we ended up coming to Penru, the first Shibir, first part. And what an experience it was in Penru. At Penru, the first time I met Baba Swami in person, actually, I saw him close by. it so happened that I was going out of that building and he was just about to come in. So I stood by the side so that he could come in. I didn't know how to, for me, that experience was still fresh in my mind from Rajkot. And I didn't know how to, what to do. I knew people don't touch his feet or anything like that or so on. So I just touched my heart. I touched my heart and he touched his heart in return and passed by. And that was very, for me, it was
that is the way
just
to
like
say,
that, yes.
my soul
Just
is
like
with
that.
you. My bow down, my namaskar to your soul. That is what
Yes.
we say, and that is what you felt.
Then during those few days that we stayed with him there must be about 20, 30 people there, I forget. And it was a very nice place we were staying in and so on, but the energy was amazing. Every day he would give a talk, and the question and answers that took place where I still remember many of the discussions. That was the time when he first expressed that the Guru Saktis have suggested this energy to be collected into a statue, and why the statue, that concept. And he was planning that. So I remember I questioned him, you mean the energy, the statue can do what you can do? And he said, not only that, he'll do it for 800 years and so on, you know. And he explained this kind of things that my mind couldn't digest, you know, but I can understand it now fully. Here is a person who is not only going to, you know, I mean, he's going to help millions of people. And I understood by this time, you know how they say, if you really want to help somebody, if somebody is hungry, you give them food. Or better still, you teach them how to get the food, make a living, give them education. But better still is if you can create character, a great character out of it. But greater still if you can connect them with their own soul, because then the character becomes natural. The beauty becomes, and they live forever. You become eternal. You live with the soul, you live with the spirit. Even death cannot hurt you. Leave aside other sufferings in life. Right. And I understood that in the kind of things I interpreted and understood, or all the things he was saying. What greater work can you do than to serve in a place which is going to install a statue which is going to last for 800 years? People can just sit there and they go into thoughtlessness. They understand who they are. I mean, this is greater than feeding a person temporarily, or teaching them to make a living, being born, pay the taxes and collect some toys, and then in the end of the way you go and die and go through the cycle again and again. And so I understood the value of, much later. I'm looking at it from now, point of view from now, what I understand now.
Exactly. So you have gone through this journey where Swami Chinmayananda gave the mission, and he sent that Murti of Lord Krishna, and you have even struggled with the people in the community that which deity's idol should be coming. And today in 2006, this happened that a living person who is saying that, no, I'm not bringing you any deity's Murti here or idol, I'm bringing my own idol. And that was very difficult for an intellectual person like you to digest. Today, after 15 years, it's a different story. You have seen that idol, you have lived and meditated with living person as Swamiji, as well also living Mangal Murti, and meditated with that also, and you have experienced those values. And now you understand the entire principle of energy transformation and self-realization in the presence of this Mangal Murti. It's totally, I would say, a spiritual revolution that is happening in our life. And this is what Swamiji was telling us in 2006, 2007, when he came up with this concept of first Mangal Murti, because at that time he himself didn't know. It was an experiment, or it was a Guru principle evolution that was happening. He said that when he went into the Gandhyan Anusthan in 2007 for the first Mangal Murti, he made his will, and he was ready that he may not even come out of that 45 days Anusthan, because he's instilling his own life force into this Mangal Murti. today we have more than 15 Mangal Murtis, and they are being distributed all over the world in different parts. And we are lucky that we have received one for the continent of America, and that is being established in the St. Columban, the Samarpan Ashram of the Americas, that we have established as our ashram for all the countries of the Americas. And we are so lucky that you have been involved with this project from beginning till end until now. And you are telling this story in your own words, with experience. I believe that this journey of yours from 1939 till 2021, what is happening and what we are witnessing, nobody can give us such a live witness or live truth in terms of the story as well as in terms of information and energy vibrations. So with that, I would like to move to the next part of the program. Thank you very much. Jai Baba Swami. We will take a short break, Dr. Nathwani. You can take a break. And I want to know from you, are you okay? Because you seems to be fully charged and energized, and people are questioning that how can you keep up such a good level of energy at this age? But I always say, whoever comes in this program, Guru energy is supplied by the Guru Shakti, and we don't have to worry. Guru Shakti is provided by Gurudev Shri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji to us, and things happen automatically. But please take break, get some energy, and we will come back after the upcoming events. Jai Baba Swami.
Ma'am, one other thing I must tell you that when we visit, the first day in Swamiji, and one of the last days, I think, he just mentioned in passing Swamiji to the whole group. He smiled. We were so pleased with one Sadhika from Singapore, and in the talk he said, all of you present here, you're going to be liberated in this lifetime.
Wow. Wow.
And to top it all, I'll tell you something else. When my mother passed away, she was just hours before, I was talking to her, and I asked her, are you in pain? She said, no. She smiled, no, I'm not in pain. So, and then when next time she opened her eyes, she says to me, Madhu, you are saved. So I knew what she meant, but I said, oh, you've been dreaming about something, have you? She smiled. She nodded her head, saying she smiled. So Swamiji is saying that, this saying, my mother saying,
It is confirmation. It is confirmation.
On my path. I'll reach there.
Yes,
Before I die, I'll be a liberated person. Before I die.
Yes, and this is very important for everyone to understand. Swamiji says that moksha is not something that you will get after your death. Moksha is the state of karma mukta avastha, meaning that you are moving away from the doership to witnesser. Okay, so you are witnessing everything that is happening, as Swami Dayananda Saraswati also mentioned in his quote, that you are just the managing trustee, you are just the soul witnessing everything. You are not the person, or you are not what your name has been given, whether Shirish or Madhu or anybody. So this is the beautiful part of self-realization that we are witnessing, that from an ego identity, you are becoming a soul, and that is beautiful. I think we will pause at this point and we'll move on the next part. Thank you very much. Take a little break, Dr. Nathwani. We'll come back. Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami to everyone. Wow, this session is so fun, and I think Dr. Nathwani, you have set a record that we've heard the most amount of mischievous stories ever on TIS, and everybody has to break this record for sure. Now let me invite Palka Auntie to give us information about soul bonding session. Thank you, Auntie.
Jai Baba Swami to all. We are all filled with so much of energy from Dr. Nathwani ji. It's, as you all know, that Samarpan meditation is based on experience, just like how Dr. Nathwani ji is explaining to us all his experiences. Samarpan Americas have now made a platform for sharing your experiences with all the Samarpan families. And there's going to be a bonding session next week on Saturday. And here we share our experiences, and this is the best platform for us to open our heart and explain our connection with Puja Gurudev. And we would like to invite all of y'all for next year. Please lock the calendar for next Saturday on 20th November at 10:30 a.m. So don't miss it, and please come and attend the program. It's a very good program to interact. There are also a lot of spiritual questions that the senior sadhaks will be giving us answers. So please do come and attend the programs, and it's going to be on, the theme is going to be on Chaitanya Mahotsav. So if everyone has any experiences, they can also share there. Jai Baba Swami.
Thank you so much, Auntie. And Sagar, would you please come up and give us information about the next TIS event?
Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar, everyone. Very, very, very beautiful interview by Dr. Nathwani. And we're going to have another very beautiful, very inspiring interview next month by Dr. Viresh Kadarg and Dr. Kate McKenzie. And it's going to be just as energy filled. So same Zoom link, same everything, same time. Just log in, and we hope to see you next month.
Thank you so much, Sagar. Now I would like to call upon Vireshi. Vireshi, can you please tell us about the next event?
Jai Baba Swami, everyone. Jai Atmeshwar. What a session this has been. After staying in close association with Dr. Nathwani in the town of St. John's, for a long time, I thought I knew Dr. Nathwani well. But today, we came to know several of those skeletons from his cupboard coming out. And you also saw how the spiritual nature flows through him. I want to make a pitch for a session that has been happening every Thursday from 7 to 7:30 under the heading, Let Us Talk. This session is being led by Dr. Nathwani. All along, we were running it, and I was asking Dr. Nathwani that we should expand it and let everybody know. And he was saying, let us try it for a few days and then decide. And this is the right time. We have all seen how much treasure he has, and then how we can all benefit out of that. And in this Let Us Talk session, he brings up different spiritual questions and poses the questions and gets answers from the attendees and tries to have a discussion. And he keeps on saying that I don't know many answers. In fact, he knows answers, but he says that to get everybody involved and talk about, and it's mostly a dialogue. It's a dialogue between the people who are attending. So it's interesting session happening every Thursday under the heading Let Us Talk. And the topics are decided by the attendees for the next session, each session. And please attend these sessions on every Thursday, 7 to 7:30. And let's all benefit from the ocean of knowledge that he has at this age, how much energy he has and how much energy he emits. Let's all get the benefit out of that. Thank you, Jai Baba Swami. We'll go to the next item now.
Jigarji, would you please tell us more about the newsletter Power Corner? Thank you.
Sure. Jai Baba Swami, everyone. I just wanted to sort of promote to all of our sadhaks families in Samarpan America's family, that we have a dedicated space, dedicated corner on our e-newsletters that we publish once every month. We have a space called Samarpan Bhav, where we highlight any of the supreme talents that any of the member of our Samarpan America's family has. So if you have any such talent that you would like to share with other members of the Samarpan America's family, then please come forward and share those talents with us, so that we can put that talent information out there into our e-newsletters. So feel free to reach out to either myself or to Rasika ji, to be specific, if you would like to share your talent with other members of our Samarpan America's family. So I just wanted to highlight that part, that we have a dedicated space on our e-newsletters where we really highlight that talent. And we would like
please
to
tell what kind of talent you would expect.
I think so. Mostly it is going to be associated surrounding the art. So it could be anything that is related to singing, drawing, painting, anything related to music, anything that is also related to sort of slokas or poems, recitation. It could be basically anything, I think so, as long as it is appropriate for us to put it out there on our e-newsletters, something that is related to spirituality, I think so. That would be really helpful.
Thank you. So this highlights your Samarpan Bhav for Gurudev and about your spiritual journey, and inspire other sadhaks also, looking at what you have done or what one can do to express their Samarpan Bhav. Thank you very much, Jigarji. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle. Back to you, Dasani.
Thank you. I would like to call Sonalji to resume the interview.
Yes, before we resume the interview, just one quick update. You are watching, this is Samarpan session, and you are watching it on Soul Satsang also from previous sessions. Please, if you know anybody who would like to be part of this Samarpan platform, please contact one of us, either Hitendraji, Sonal, or me, so that we can portray their life story, their inspiring life story, and their experience with Gurudev on and bring it out for us to learn some lessons. So as you see that when a guest comes on this is Samarpan podium, the things unfold from them that they might have forgotten, but Guru Shaktis just remind them and then make them speak and give us that kind of energy and experience for learning for ourselves. So please let us thank you. Shirish is here, so we will almost resume the interview. So please let us know about any of such guests. Thank you. Over to you, Darshana.
I would like to call Hitendraji to resume the interview.
Jai Baba Swami, Jai Atmeshwar, welcome back. Dr. Nathwani, I think there is an echo coming from your back.
I was trying to improve on the sound that I could hear you better. But
Please bear with us a little bit. Can you unmute, Dr. Nathwani? Unmute yourself, please. Yeah, it's still echoing.
So this other speaker is too high. Okay. Yeah.
Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami.
Okay, I think we are getting normal now.
Yes.
All right, we will move on the next part of the interview. My next question is, since when did you start performing Guru Karya, or when were you assigned any post for Guru Karya?
I think Now, I didn't really consider it as Guru Karya. It just happened. Kind of, you felt like, sharing these things. So, but this is how it happened. When I came back and started in Newfoundland, we started having weekly Shirish. First we had people coming at our home. And we did introduction Shirish. There'll be 5-6 people, sometimes up to 10, not many. We'll get together regularly. And a lot of things I learned in the process. We had quite a few of the sadhaks who are there just now who quite participated and did the actual shibirs, and I was just in one of them. And a few things I learned in the process. I thought from my memory, I'm remembering something. Sometimes when you're teaching, we go by little details. Like you shouldn't have black clothes, it should be out. We had to. I remember making somebody change their clothes, and Lata would help them with another something to, so we can sit down and meditate. And then afterwards, I realized those are secondary things. We had just caught up and we had missed out the main things. This kind of various things like that I learned in the process, and I learned about human beings, how what kind of how to communicate, and so on. But all the time you must remember, there is a kind of ego working in every one of us. Lata was trying to do her best in keeping my ego under watch. I prepared a set of slides. In those days, PowerPoint slides were, but with the help of some other sadhak, Suryakant Bhai was there, and so on. We prepared some slides, and I wrote everything that Swamiji was talking about, put it out in a beautiful, what I thought was a beautiful slide format. And because slides were not that popular, even in India at that time, sent one for some sadhak in India, and we showed it to Baba Swami together, and then I was told, look, one of the slides says something which Baba Swami never said, and that was true. That was a slide. I loved some quotation I read from doing my Gita readings and all that from a book. And I felt I would add to it. This is my ego, just to show you. And then I realized, wow, when you have a guru, you just, it should be a reflection of it, not just something you had of your own. That was one of the lessons I learned in the process that I record. But this kind of thing happened, and it helped me further progress further. These are the picture you see here is one is in St. John's, Newfoundland. That was a time much later. But initially, talking about the first Guru Karya, so I was appointed area head for Eastern Canada. And then afterwards, I moved to Ontario. I felt Swamiji was sending me there. In the background, remember, Lata was the one who was keeping a close watch on me. I'll give you an example. In St. John's, when I was working, when you're busy in the office, he used to help me out. And when I used to do my accounts, I like to do it myself because I love the system, the way the tax system works and filling out the tax forms. And I remember once I bought some books, it was spiritual books. And because I was doing some spiritual therapy too in my counseling sometimes, I felt, I should write it off in text. This is like textbooks, like getting medical books. Why not? These are books of Vedanta, and so on. And Lata would, you're cheating yourself. I said, there's no way the text people will argue. She said, it's not the text people. You're cheating yourself, and so on. She kept me in line so many different ways. I mean, there's no end to it. The biggest problem here was this. I had picked up something from Swami Chinmayan's half-truth. Swami Chinmayana used to say that my goal in life is to give the maximum amount of happiness to the maximum number of people for the maximum period of time. I picked up the first two sentences. In fact, the very practice I was doing in medicine was just to make people happy. They should leave office happy. Doesn't matter what their problem is. That was number one criteria for me. I wanted to make everybody happy. That was in my mind. And from younger days, I liked that idea. Who doesn't? Because it builds your ego too. And in Newfoundland, it's easy. In Canada, it's easy to build your ego when you're a medical doctor because there's no question of money between you and the patient. So wonderful to practice medicine. No money comes in. Government pays you, and Even though in those days, first when I started, I was getting around $4 an hour per patient, but that was good money in those days. And it increased later on when I was leaving to almost 15 or 19. I never kept note of that. I used to manage the office with the secretaries and so on. So anyway, but she would keep a watch on this. Then repeatedly she would tell me that at that time I didn't realize the last sentence that Swamiji had mentioned. For the maximum period of time. I was being goody-goody with everybody. Everybody loved me. My patients especially so. Because you see a lot of them, this is on the left-hand side, the slide you see, there's my patient who came to see me some years later. When I
Yes.
And they wanted to listen to, and I wanted to share what I had learned, with them from another angle rather than just medical science. And that day there were so many people coming, and I had to tell them that no more in this room because the capacity was maximum. So anyway, so I practice happiness for the maximum number of people, but for the maximum period of time means that you have to think long term. And Lata was thinking long term. In other words, what Swami Chimanji was saying and all this is that if there's something going wrong, you have to speak it out. I used to hide things under the carpet. I let them go. Forget it. That's nothing. That's a small mistake. I won't argue. I let it go. Sometimes somebody will tell the truth and I want to interrupt and so on. So that kind of background was there. But this kind of thing was helping him to progress. And here was I. In the progress, I attribute a lot to her because she would emphasize Satya and I would emphasize Ahisha. This was our problem. And then I realized that you need both. You can't progress one bit. And that in Samarpan, I really learned that. And as we go further, I might get a chance to tell you where I really learned my big lesson.
Yes. We'll go on the next part. Next slide. So this was Samarpan America's events we did in 2020 and 2021. You would like to mention about those workshops that you did with the doctors of the Samarpan?
Yes. Yeah, that was a wonderful experience for us because we looked at it. All the participants were amazing. They helped us to see the current situation the way it is. And it was,
So as we know, COVID-19 created the pandemic all over the world, and people were going down. But for the Samarpan family globally, we have conducted such workshops with the right information for our global community, for our Samarpan family members, and we were trying to bring the truth and inspire people by listening to the stories and teachings from our doctors who were in the medical profession, because that was the best thing. So we did this doctors and Samarpan meditation, the first part, and then in 2021 again we have done in February some update about the COVID-19 vaccines, because people were still confused what will happen, should we take or we should not take, and who could be a better person to learn from than doctor themselves, who are practicing this and who are fully aware of the science behind it and the update behind it. So we will continue with the next part. Dr. Nathwani, you also participated in 2021, 2020, two major things. I think this was during the International Yoga Day, the World Unity Week, and another one recently for the 2021 Parliament of the World's Religions. You want to tell something about that because you are the one who presented during these programs?
Yes, you know what? It's amazing what happens when the more and more you connect with there. What happens is that you get exposed to things that come to you rather than you seeking it.
Exactly.
And one of the things that came to me, for example, and by the way, when I came to Newfoundland, one of the things I was involved with was an organization called Spiritual Heritage Education Network, SHAN. My friend is the director for that. Originator for that. And here in Waterloo region. So among them, I came across, one of the first thing I came across was in Chicago, Swami Vivekananda had, is the 125th year or something of Swami.
Yes, 125th was
Vivekananda's talk in Chicago. Was being celebrated by somebody, and I was contacted and asked if I wanted to say something, come. So I applied. So we drew to Chicago. It was wonderful to be in the same building where Swami Vivekananda had come there, and so on. And so they gave me 10 minutes. So I was expecting more, but the way it worked out was that so we are a team, and at that time first time I introduced Swamiji there. And I also introduced another epic called Devayan, which is, I'll talk about it if I can afterwards. But anyway, It was the first experience there. I talked about how Swamiji was working to bring out those souls. They'll be ready for the next, over the years. We will need great souls to be born and so on. And they were
very interesting Guru Karya, very interesting Guru Karya. And I like that part, what you mentioned, Dr. Nathwani, that now the things are coming to you. And this is exactly what Swamiji also mentioned, that more you progress, you don't have to make any effort to promote, because the people will come to know about it and people will try to learn from you. And there are some subtle powers or energies, Guru Shaktis, that are working behind you, with you, to make sure that through you, the information reaches to more mass of the people, greater population in the world. And that is exactly what is happening through this is Samarpan program also. We are reaching to so many people and we are enlightening them, not by telling the fictitious story or the historical story. We are telling them about the real life story. And that is the beautiful part. I also like one more thing that you mentioned about ego, and how information that comes to you. I believe that our mind has tendency to collect the information, try to understand with our own intellect, based on our education or our upbringing or our experiences in the life. But it is again happening at the ego level. It is happening on the worldly informational level. When the information is being digested and the instructions are coming from Atma Bodh or inner intuition, that is the time your soul is talking. That is the time your soul is guiding you. And that is the major difference I have learned from my own practice of Samarpan meditation and Guru's blessing so far. So amazing things that we are learning together. And let's move on to the next question. Please tell us about your efforts to look for a place for Guru Shakti Dham. Guru Shakti Dham, for those who are new here, is the place for our living energy statue or Mangal Murti, that we are trying to establish the permanent residence for that statue, so that, as Dr. Nathwani mentioned earlier, for next 800 years, anybody, regardless of their background or their religion or their gender, will be able to go in front of that idol energy, living energy statue, and they will be able to meditate with that statue and ask for self-realization. Again, I am repeating this. You may have a guru, you may have a god, you may believe in deity, but if you want to progress spiritually, the first primary thing that you need is self-realization, Atma Jagruti. And Swamiji says, if you do not know who your guru is, if you do not know who can help you, go to the enshrined guru's place and then ask for self-realization. That kind of blessings, when you want in your life to progress on a spiritual path from the ego identity to soul identity, then this Mangal Murti is going to help us. Let's move on the answer.
Well, I must say, I was just got involved into looking for Shakti Dhams. I was part of it. In other words, I didn't do anything. Kumar Bhai, when I earlier on, when I visited Montreal, took me to, along with Avnish Bhai, we had gone to look at some lands, the property, different parts of outside Montreal. And And a lot of other sites were sent to all of us through email by Ken, who was doing real estate, I believe, Ken. And so that way we are really looking for things. But this particular site, when this happened, ultimately we came to this particular site that you see in the picture. That happened during the 2019 retreat with Swamiji online that we had. At that time, we were expecting Swamiji to come here. So we had several retreats worked out one after another. During the second retreat, Kat came across something interesting. And then the ball started rolling. And we found this place. Earlier on there, by the way, yes, Kumar Bhai had asked me to check out this ashram that Mother Meera was selling in near Niagara Falls. So me and my friend from Shen, we went and checked it out. But because we didn't have any sadhaks there in that area, and also the property required somebody to work hard on it, somebody full-time work and so on, we decided it wasn't the right one for us. Otherwise,
interesting.
Things happen.
Interesting. So it is very interesting to know this journey behind searching for the place, and we are lucky now that we have this place. I have visited this new property that we have in Saint Columban in Quebec, state of Quebec, in Canada, and it's a beautiful property. As you can see some traces of ice on the left side of the walkway of the road there. That means this picture was taken sometimes in March or April when the ice has started melting down. It's a beautiful property, full of greenery, and already have an established place where we are keeping the current Mangal Murti. So let's move on the next part. Thank you very much, Dr. Nathwani, for sharing that. Would you like to share some memories of major Samarpan events internationally that you have attended?
Oh yes, there's so many memories. So many memories. I don't know how to begin, But tell you what was the highlight for me, My Bhai used to say to me, "You've been here in Samarkand for so long and you're still not, you haven't received the Diksha. How come?" And I was waiting. Still something in me was telling me, let me. So I went to the first Guru Purnima. I believe it was 13. And then I saw something that amazed me. See, during the Guru Purnima, one of the things that's done is that the feet of the Gurus I've washed. I was used to that because when other Swamis used to come, not only do we wash the food, but there was energy in it, so much so that one of the sadhika taught us that if you can have a little sip of that water after the feet have been washed, And then it kind of, in those days, I said to myself, oh, I don't like that idea of sipping water. Although, mind you, as a child, I used to swim in gutters basically, pouring into the ocean nearby, and I could smell that, that didn't bother me at that time. But so I should have known better until I came to know the real significance of what was being done. So that day, when I saw Swamiji's feet being washed, the Guru at the Guru Charan, the kind of energy was there, and then I looked at Swamiji. Even though he was there in body, he was not there. I knew that. He was just, if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. What has that to do with me? That kind of message he was, by his absence there, he was passing that. He was just an instrument. And the benefit was for the sadhaks and sadhikas and all those who were there, And I realized that here was somebody with no ego whatsoever, who was just connected with nature. And whatever you do, it's the bhav that counts, the feeling with which you do that. You can make a mountain move with a feeling. I knew that, it says, if the mountain doesn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad will go there. If Muhammad can't go to the mountain will come. That kind of faith, solid faith can do anything. And a lot of things I experienced among the sadhaks. The difference I found among the sadhaks in India is that they had faith, solid. Once they believed, the faith was just as poured out. They were full of these emotions, which I was suppressing a lot I had them, but I had been suppressing for years. Oftentimes, even Lata tells me, you don't show emotions. And she would, and children, you have so much feeling for everybody, but you don't bring it out, you don't express it. So here I saw the sadhaks and sadhikas where the kind of experiences I had was that there's so much faith that things would happen easily for them. I would roam around with them because I lived in Rajkot for a few months. In fact, I was planning to settle there. And so I roamed around with them. I lived with them. I didn't, even with many of the Guru Purnimas and Maharshi, other events I attended, I wouldn't stay with the Western sadhaks. Sometimes I would just mix with the Eastern, stay on the floor, sleep there, wherever they were found a place and so on, because I loved that company. And I learned a lot in the process from them. But from the Shibirs, to tell you, the experience is hard for me to do.
Amazing. Amazing. So you attended these 3 Guru Purnima in a row from 2013 to 2015?
It's the second one I took the Diksha.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, that's the 13,
yes.
14 one. I may be mistaken.
Yes. No problem. This was beautiful thing. And just to add to the story that you mentioned about Kumar Bhai, Swamiji came for the first time to Canada in Montreal 2001 August. And he came second time again in 2002 during the August-September time. And in 2003, I and Kumar Bhai went together with my family to Navsari, and we have attended the first Guru Purnima in 2003. So Kumar Bhai has always been to me a big soul brother, working with me in Guru Karya in Samarpan, Canada. And today we were planning to have Kumar Bhai also with you as part of the interview, but he was not able to make it. Probably in the future, one day he will come. But yes, he is the one who attended this Guru Purnima, and we were both lucky to have the Guru Charan Puja at that time in 2003 of Swamiji, and we were very lucky that way. Let's move on the next part. It is important for everybody if you have opportunity to go and attend, but Swamiji made it even easier in 2020 and 2021. You can have Guru Purnima sitting in your home and have the Guru Diksha from Gurudev, and more than 75,000 people have taken advantage of the Guru Purnima in last 2 years. Amazing. What is this in Shirdi?
Yeah, this is a slide about the Shirdi Mahashibir, April of 2018. And in the side, first let's look at the picture at the left and bottom, left side. Yeah, that's the one where we were staying at a hotel in Shirdi, and all the sadhaks and sadhikas from the Americas, basically, and Peru, and from Peru, at least one, were there.
Canada, USA, Peru, Brazil, everybody was there, I think.
Viras is on the right-hand side, standing up there, and I'm here standing in the middle. Yeah, that's Viras. That's me.
Beautiful.
Standing in the middle. And we were having a discussion about basically about the ashram, fundraising, those kind of concepts, and why the ashram should be, and why we wanted the ashram in Canada. Some suggestion had come, why not USA and so on, At that time, I remember once, Hitendra Bhai, one thing I won't forget that you mentioned, I think is relevant to say it here. Once you mentioned that this topic of controversy as to where the ashram should be, USA or Canada. And because USA is, of course, a more powerful number of people, and so sadhaks and sadhikas, also potentiality and the wealth is better there and so on. So there was some reason for it to be there in USA. But there are other reasons as well for us to have it here. Already it was here in Canada and so on. So at that time you mentioned that Baba Swami said something very interesting to you. He said, supposing there were 2 children and there was a mother there. The mother was living with a not so wealthy child. And the other wealthy child was living far away. Wouldn't the wealthy child want to contribute towards the mother, towards the mother's upkeep? Something to that effect. I remember saying that really hit my mind. What a beautiful way.
And that is very true. That is very true, because you are not contributing for your brother, you are contributing for your mother to be taken care. And that is a shared responsibility. To be honest, from day one, I have come into Samarpan meditation. I took Guru Karya as if it is as important responsibility as I'm taking care of my father and mother. My Guru's word is the Brahma Vakya. That is the ultimate word for me. And that is the value I am creating with the sadhaks who are working with me in Guru Karya. And today, we are very proud to say Samarpan America's family is so dedicated towards the Guru Karya and supporting this Mangal Murti project for the Guru Shakti Dham, that we are not thinking about just for us. We are thinking about, let us build this Guru Shakti Dham for the Canada and support it and make it one of the best Guru Shakti Dham in the world. And the blessings will bring the good luck for the sadhaks of the America, not just to have one Guru Shakti Dham, but I'm telling you, we will bring 3 Guru Shakti Dham in 3 areas: East Zone, West Zone, and Central Zone. This is my dream, and this is what Swamiji is going to bless us with. Just believe in me. Whatever I said 15 years ago, 20 years ago is happening. And it will happen because it is not me speaking, it is Guru Shakti speaking through us. That is my belief. And as you say, the faith can move mountains. The sentiments or bhav can move mountains. I was the first sadhak who was able to bring Swamiji to Canada, and the visa got approved even though I sponsored as one person. And you have witnessed as trustees of the Canada Trust that when you were trying to bring in 2019 Swamiji, even though you went up to the member of parliament, visa was not approved, or things had to go through challenge. Why? Again, bhav has more importance and significance in Guru Karya and such divine work than anything else. It does not mean that you guys did not have bhav, but it is what I'm trying to bring the significance is collectivity and bhav are very important in Guru Karya. And that is what is bringing such a beautiful result in Samarpan Ashram for the Americas. So thank you for reminding me that.
Yes, in fact, it is the energy as work, and we are just pure instruments,
Absolutely.
We think we are doing it, but we are just, the energies are using people everywhere, all of us, each one, every one of us,
exactly.
in their way.
Exactly.
The second picture you see on the right-hand side bottom is at the Shirdi Ashram, Shirdi temple, near the Shirdi temple. We used to go every morning while we are doing the Shibir to the temple, Sai Baba temple there, Shirdi Sai Baba temple. And just outside there, just outside in the little path there, we used to have a cup of tea early in the morning. I think, and I think Shirish must have taken this picture, or he's, I'm somewhere in the middle. The shortest figure you see there is me. On the left-hand side,
No, in the Chaiwala temple, next to Avnish. Avnish Rugani, yeah, that is the next one. Yeah, Dr. Nathwani. Beautiful. Let's see next. Do you want to share any special anubhuti that made you feel having special guru-disciple moment in your life? Guru-shishya, Rista.
Yeah, this is a good place to start. This is Cape Spear. This is the place where the first sunrise happens for the whole of North America.
Wow.
Easternmost corner of Newfoundland. Only 3/4 of an hour drive from St. John's. And this is the
2009 of Swamiji, I believe.
Yes. So let me give you the background to this thing a little bit. Earlier to this, Swamiji had come to Montreal, and he was, and at that time, that time.
Pran Pratishtha, consecration.
Yes, remember you were there, and you were.
Yes.
So just shortly before this, and at that time I wanted to have darshan. Not only that, even my daughter who lived in Mexico, even more so than me, wanted to have the darshan of Gurudev. Because for years she couldn't get pregnant. For a few years she couldn't get pregnant, and she started meditating, and suddenly, in spite of what the doctors had said, and she became pregnant, and she felt she was meditating and all that, and she felt that she should show that year or less old child to Baba, at least from a distance to give darshan. So she had been there, and I went there, and of course I was told that Baba Swami will be passing through Toronto, but you're not going to see him. We don't want. We have very limited number of people, and you're not one of them, and so on. So I knew I wouldn't be able to see have his darshan there when he's passing through on his way to Niagara Falls. But so I went to Montreal with my daughter, my Lata, me, and daughter and a grandchild, and a friend who drew us there. And but the rules were that children were not allowed. So meanwhile, to take care of the children, and so the mothers could come there, and some arrangements were in place for babysitting, but it wasn't working out. So I had volunteered to take care of the kids. I didn't know what the age they were going to be, but I had volunteered whoever there. Because I heard Swamiji, and I felt I could hear a little bit of him while he's talking, because the room was upstairs and somewhere in the corner in the school there. So it was all right. But when my daughter came there, she wanted just, she knew that baby was too small, couldn't come inside. She went inside forever. She was outside and wanted to have a distance, from a distance, just have a darshan, have the baby have the darshan, and her have a darshan of him, because then afterwards she would be with the child. It was true. But it so happened that she was allowed not to even see him from a distance, and so on. And the rules were followed to the T kind of thing. It was a bluntly kind of thing. It wasn't sweetly said. That's the impression she got. So she went out and sat in the car all the time. Meanwhile, I was taking care of the kids, and I realized she hadn't had darshan, so I went and tried to get the baby too, to take it inside. But my daughter felt, no, that wasn't right. She was meant to say the right time, and left it at that. So I went inside, and I took, by this time somebody, Swati had arranged somebody to take care of the babysitting, which came at that moment. So partly between the two of us, we were taking care of the children. And then I said to myself, these children need to have darshan at least, so whatever. So my grandchild couldn't have a darshan. So here are these, my children. So I took each child, lifted them up. So many of them were very young, took them through the window from far, and showed them right across. You could see Swamiji sitting there from each of them. And I whispered in their ears, don't ever forget this, because this is God incarnate, kind of some simple words. I said, this is God himself. And just to make it simple for children, this is what I told you.
Yes.
And to me it was anyway. So and then I took every child one by one, every one of them had darshan. Whatever the 20 children, whoever were there, I don't know many, but I took them. And it gave me that full feeling of satisfaction, And then we decided that, so I came outside and we just left, we went to the airport and decided we had planned it like that, because I knew that I couldn't see him in Toronto. So I was saying we'll go from there to Boston, where my wife's sister lived. So we flew there. When I was in Boston, I got a phone call. Swamiji was passing through Ontario, and at Satika's house, they heard that I was busy doing a few CBs in Waterloo. So he said, I want to meet this person. And I was now in Boston, So, and somehow they managed to trust me in Boston, somebody trusted me. So I just mentioned to them that I'm going to come to Newfoundland.
Wow.
Because next year I was going to Newfoundland anyway. So I did.
Beautiful.
And it so happens, and I was talking to Swamiji something a little bit about the history of the place, but one other thing I mentioned to him was that just a few months earlier, my mother had passed away, and it was her wish to have her ashes. She had passed away sometime. Anyways, it was her wish to have her ashes remain in the ocean there at Cape Spear. So what I had done, I was telling Swamiji that I had come there, but what I had done at that time in detail, which I didn't, of course, tell Swamiji, was that that area to go down in the ocean near Cape Spear is forbidden. You fine for it because people had died going climbing down the rocks there. And my mother wanted her ashes there, so I couldn't take any friend or anybody with me because two people will be sighted. If you go there, in spite of that, you can be caught. Another person may not be willing to come with me anyway, or or restrain me from going there. So I climbed down the stones between that, right to the waters there, kind of slippery in places, and offered the ashes there. So that's just something that came to my mind just now. So I'm saying. So at this time, I was talking to Swamiji. In the picture, you think I'm so close to Swamiji, right? And then some sadhika reminded me, look, don't be too close, because physically when you're close to somebody, the energy exchange takes place. And sometimes Swamiji has aches and pains, afterwards. So I realized, wow, I forgot about that, yes. So afterwards, I would go walk only behind him, And then when I would walk behind him, I would make sure that the step he has put, I would avoid that. Because in Himalayan, in the book that is written about the Samarpan Yoga of the Himalayas, he used to do that to his Guruji. When he would walk behind him, he would make sure he doesn't put his foot on the same. And I, like a child, I just jumped a little bit, and behind, nobody was watching me, of course. And my child was still alive in me, even at that age, which wasn't too long ago. So it was an experience I have from Cape Spear.
Beautiful story, beautiful memories.
Anita was there, Guruma was there, and isn't there one slide from Cape Spear? Then I can speak a little further, or maybe
yes,
the next.
Go backward. Go backward.
Oh yeah, no, not Cape Spear. I mean on Middleco. Is there a slide? Oh, there it is. Middleco in the middle. There it is. The slide in the middle, you see. This is where we met, and at that time I said to Swamiji, "What should one do?" We are introducing, each of us introduce ourselves, and that time I asked Swamiji, "What should one do when one retires, and in terms of activities and so on?" So Swamiji straight away said to me, "What should I do?" Basically, I said. So he said to me, "Why don't you translate the Rajkot Mahashibir into English?" And I was surprised that here was I, Gujarati, being asked to translate when there are umpteen number of, not only other Gujaratis who knew better Hindi than I did, but there was one thing I had in the background. The day I attended the first Mahashibir, the first day I came home and I wanted to translate it for my daughters, so in English. So I would write down. I didn't remember everything, so I would collect every second day they would have cassettes, those little tape cassettes, and I collected all of them, and I was already in the process of trying to do that a little bit. So anyway, and then when I thought like that, he said right away, "Look, don't worry, we have sadhaks in India who can do good finishing job, but you do that, I give it to you." So I was delighted, I took it up. It took me 2 years to finish it, but in the process, I went through the dictionary a number of times, and I learned so much Hindi. I became so good. It also helped me further on to do more work in translating a few other things, not only Swamiji's, but Devayan, epic that I might get a chance to tell you about.
Yes, very interesting story. And these are some memorable events of your life, and that inspires us that we also came with you, and we are traveling with you and Swamiji and Guruma together in this place. Such a beautiful memory. One thing I liked about what you did during that retreat, or that program of Swamiji in 2009, that you brought each and every child to show Swamiji from far and giving the darshan. In one of the TIS with Mr. Kishore Kavadia. Kishore Kavadia ji was told by Swamiji, who he was also working very closely in the early days for the workshop, and Kishore ji was told by Swamiji, "Lakir ke fakir mat bano," meaning that don't just follow rules blindly. Rules are made to guide us to keep the discipline and to get the job done properly. Whether it is a religious guidelines or scriptures, or it is a organizational activity related laws or bylaws. My point is, this is where the soul's rule come. This is where our soul's guidance should be listened when we have to make some decision in our life. Okay, so this is my personal way of thinking and believing that what you did was perfectly right thing that you did for those children, because just like when you were in Jamnagar and your mother called your uncle and said, please make sure that my son Madhu goes and visit, have darshan of this holy man who was passing by from Jamnagar. You did the same thing after, say, 100 years, not 100 years, but probably it is 70 years that you brought those kids and gave the darshan. These are the values, these are the sanskar. And that vision, that darshan can bring a totally different spiritual journey for that child. It is said, I was just listening to a discourse of Osho yesterday, and Osho was saying, just one glimpse of a guru can change your life. One glimpse of a guru. And that is what it is. Even though you are not seeing Guru eye to eye, you are having darshan of Guru from far, or you are listening to his discourse from far, can enlighten your soul and can change the direction of your life completely. So what you did was not just one or two, but multiple children who were being blessed in your presence by babysitting and by having darshan through that window. I think that is something that I salute to you for that decision.
By the way, this is the draft copy of that translation of the Mahashibir.
Rajkot Mahashibir?
Yes.
Wow. Interesting.
It comes to this, this kind of book. But then afterward, I realized that they have many people to translate this thing. It wasn't really needed. Swamiji wanted me to understand what happened in the Mahashibir. I had missed out a lot. And by doing this thing, I was digesting much more. I realized I came to know much more, and I still do come to know more as I read it further.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is my experience too, that when you are attending a live workshop or major function with Swamiji, you are just digesting the energy. The words may or may not make any understanding or importance to you at that time. Of course, it was your first Shibir, first time you came across Swamiji's teaching in Rajkot in 2005. Today, based on your spiritual progress or how you have digested the energy and vibrations throughout this journey, may create a different understanding. And what you are sharing with us today is more to me like a fruit coming on the tree, based on the seed that were planted in 2005 Rajkot retreat for you. So that is the way I look at it. And that is what I try to bring happiness in the life of many people through this program called This is Samarpan. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. Next. Any other relevant information that you would prefer to share with us? There are so many things. So you were mentioning about Devayana.
Yeah, that's right. It's amazing what Swamiji brings you in touch with. Making me move here to Waterloo, I met a friend who happened to have the same last name as me, Nathwani. And he introduced me to this epic called Devayan. His sister-in-law, a lady from India, Punjabi girl, was involved with that, he mentioned to me. And I was fascinated. And I read whatever was written in English about it. And I realized that this was the most amazing, just as Baba Swami is the person, the yuga of this yuga, This is the book of the yuga. What this is hard to describe because there are 12 volumes of that. And in one of the volumes, I remember from early days, it said that when the 12th one is published, and it was only published just before the COVID season started, it had said that when this last one is published, there'll be chaos in the world. beginning of the chaos in the world.
And
It talks
that
about the
was-
epic of the yugas, how the yugas change, one yuga to the other, the 4 yugas and
Interesting.
so on. And why?
Interest.
It talks about the creation, and it shows how positive and negative both have to go together for anything to manifest. That's the nature of this thing. So these negative forces are with us from time immemorial, from the beginning, and so
Absolutely.
on.
Absolutely.
But more than that, what it taught me is this. First, let me give you the background. The year was 1950. Sri Aurobindo had left the mortal remains, and one of his disciples, all the disciples were very sad, but one, the Divine Mother was still there. But one of the disciples, a young homeopathic doctor, was more so. And one day he was sleeping, must have been March of the following year, some months after Sri Aurobindo left. And in his dream, at least he thought it was his dream, he was seeing 2 people conversing with each other and pointing to him, saying that this is the person who is supposed to make this, write it down, what you want to tell him, basically, something to that effect. And it was a kind of language, probably language of vibration, whatever it was, but he was listening. And then he opened his eyes, and lo and behold, he actually saw his Gurudev. He couldn't believe that he was awake and saw it. But to cut the story short, he came to realize that he was being appointed to jot down something, just write down what was being said. And it wasn't being said by Sri Aurobindo. It was being said by some energy being right in front of him that he could hardly visualize. And he came to know that this was a form of Lord Shiva, Pingal Maheshwar, a poetic form that was manifesting at that time. Sri Aurobindo had brought him there, and he wanted to write down something. You just write it down what you hear, basically. And here was he made an instrument to write down. So he just started jotting down. And this man, this young Dr. Ajari, who was, he would just get pieces of paper and write it down. He would get, every night he would send for so many hours. And the process was enhanced because Sri Aurobindo was supporting him. And the energy, that they call it the Ganesha energy, Lord Ganesha. And this person didn't believe in all those things, and he felt that energy coming to the back of the crown, the back part of the brain, basically, and to support that light of knowledge that was coming through. And so he became an instrument writing down. He kept writing it down for 3 years, 2.5 years, or 3.5 years. And we kept writing it down every day, 100 pages a day. It came to 1,000 pages in 1 volume, and there are 12 volumes like that. Every night, nobody knew about it except for the mother at the ashram. Nobody knew what was happening. And when he had finished there, and he mentioned it to some of the key people there, they couldn't believe it. They said, "Come on, now listen." So the book stayed there for years. Nobody looked at it, until it so transpired that there was a Punjabi family in Delhi, and that was Amitaben's parents. Amitaben is a lady who is married to a Nathwani, and she lives in Austria, in Vienna. So her mother had come to the ashram. She was close to Sri Aurobindo during earlier days, she and her husband. And after her husband passed away, she came to the ashram to bring a child there, and Amitaben was educated there at the ashram.
Beautiful.
There was another boy, a Nathwani boy, and Nilesh, who was studying there too, and they ultimately got married, and they ended up during the 1972 time when from Uganda people were expelled. Nilesh had to go to Europe, and they settled in Vienna. Anyway, her mother was the one who she came to cure herself of an illness that she had. And she was told to see this homeopathic doctor, and she did, and she got better, really cured of something that doctors in Delhi couldn't do. And she felt obliged to him. And so she said, "Let me do something for you." So she started to take care of his fish administration. And after some time, and she came to know that he had written these books, pages and pages, and she became instrumental in printing it out, the first volume. But it so happened that the book was written in Bengali script.
Wow.
The wordings were in Sanskrit-like, the meaning where it was actually ancient Bengali is very similar to Sanskrit. But because the script was in Sanskrit, second part not in Devanagari, it was in Bengali. There was a lot of confusion. The book fell, the first volume that came out. So, and as time went on, it was her daughter who inherited the task of just transcribing it from Bengali script into Devanagari, into the what is the language in which Sanskrit is written today, and Hindi is written, and Marathi is written. So anyway, she did just the transcribing part, but that was a mammoth task. You can imagine, for 12 volumes, 1,000 pages each, and so on. She completed it, and the last one came out. That was the background of the book. But what is said in the book is amazing, and I only touching the surface. For example, it talks about who was Christ, really. Who was the prophet, the great prophet Muhammad? Who was Buddha? Who was Mahavir? Who was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? And so on. And it tells you that, here we go. Lord Jesus is Vibhishan. He came down. There are Chiranjeevis in our scriptures who are individuals who live forever. So Vibhishan was among them. He came down as the Christ. Aswathama, another Chiranjeevi. He came down as the Prophet Muhammad. And each of them chose an area that needed it. They were an area of the world which was in turmoil.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, so Homer was Sanjay who narrated the Bhagavad Gita, to Dhritarashtra. So Homer was born blind. As you know, in Greek history, long before even Aristotle and Socrates, Homer was the one who brought in so much knowledge. Philosophy. Even though he was born blind. And there's a reason why he was born blind. It's a beautiful story. But because Sanjay, remember, had a vision. Without sight, he could see what was it. So he had that gift. Homer had that gift from birth. And how he brings about nations in that area, creating the Greek civilization. It goes on. It tells you about everyone. It tells you about so many. If it was, instead of 1950, if it was published today, we'll talk about Baba Swami, who is, and we'll have the secret mystery solved.
Yes, absolutely. And this is where we have to believe, because there are some subtle energy, Guru Shakti, or in Western world, we call angelic powers. I myself have experienced the energy of Archangel Michael in the Navratri time while I was doing the worshipping of Goddess Durga, that in November 11, 2018 time, I experienced the presence of Archangel Michael in this meditation room, and he was guiding me. And after that, whatever was happening was miraculous. The progress of Samarpan Americas went totally in a different direction with such a exponential growth. Everybody started coming and supporting us because those energies started supporting us. And you believe it, then you will benefit from it. If you don't believe it, then it is of no use. But I do believe that such programs are possible because of the divine powers of the present time that is guiding us and supporting us. Let's move on to the next part.
Well, yes, this picture you see, first at the top is Tavariyaji. Tavariyaji is a yogi. He lived, he only passed about 20 years ago, if I remember correctly, approximately. He was a great yogi. He's Zoroastrian, Parsi. And when you listen to his tape, even today, you can get them on YouTube and so on. You'd love this, especially if you know Gujarati. The Parsi Gujarati is so sweet, I love that. And he explains some things about energy, basically. And what he says is this. He says, it's all energy, basically, it's all vibrations. That's the word he uses. There is rhythm in nature. And one of the rhythm, there are different frequency rhythms there. One of the rhythm is 12 per minute rhythm. If we can breathe 12 times in 1 minute, we are in harmony. Basically. If you look at the ocean, every 12th wave is higher than the next one. You find that there's something amazing. The 12th, they kept higher when the tide is coming in. the 12th file.
Yes.
He says this: when a baby is born, baby breathes about 36 times per minute. And then within a year it's 18, and then back to 12. When the baby is healthy, 12. But we human beings, with the stress and strains of life, even the medical books will tell you 14 to 20 per minute is usual. It's because we are moved away. Of course, the yogis breathe much less.
Yes.
Now, so here he taught this method. And the method is very simple. So I was just teaching that at Shidi, I believe, just to a small group of people. But let's look at the diagram on the right. And don't look at the top 3 or the bottom 6 figures, that you see. Look at the middle one. Focus on very first one. Yeah, that's the one to focus. That's the first exercise he showed. He said, this is deep breathing in, fast like this, and let go. Breathe in and let go. But do it at the frequency of 3 breaths in 5 seconds. In other words, you're breathing 36 breaths a minute. When you do that, you break with that resonance. It's the resonance. You break certain blockages in your chakras. Each of the exercises is related to a chakra. And you break that resonance because the 12 times 3 is a triple octave or whatever you call it in music, So the vibration does that. So you do that. You take a deep breath in and out 36 times per minute, and only for 2 minutes. No, you don't need to do more than that. And then you move to the next exercise, in which you breathe in with your tummy coming out, belly coming out, and out with a force. Like that, 3 breaths in 5 seconds or 36 times per minute, or so for 2 minutes. So that's abdominal breathing. The first one, they call it Bastrika. The second one, they call it Kapalbhati, and so on. But main thing is that in the first one, you're breathing in as deep as you can, letting go. In the second one, you're breathing out as deep as you can with your belly going in and letting go. But in the third one, you stretch your leg forward. If you're in a chair, stretch it forward anyway. You don't need to be on the floor necessarily. And if you can't touch your toes, that's okay. Just touch your knees. But touch you must. And that time, take a deep breath in and out fully, a full yogic breath in and out. And again, 36 times per minute, 3 breaths in 5 seconds. It's not very hard. 1 breath in like this. And that's 5 seconds. So it's not very hard. But if you do it just for 2 minutes, and the effect it has in 2 minutes is like doing the same exercises for 20 to 30 minutes or even more. The effect in 2 minutes is so powerful because you are hitting the frequency, you are hitting the resonance and breaking that blockage. The next 3 exercises don't require timing as such. They're very simple. In the first exercise, it's called staccato breathing. You take 3-step breathing in and you blow out with your mouth fully open as fast as you can. You don't need to turn your neck as it shows in the diagram. It's just a diagram. But you take a deep breath in stepwise, 3 steps or 5 steps, and fully in and breathe out. You do that for 2 minutes. You're really emptying your lungs so fully, but you're doing something more than that, something to do with the chakras. And the middle one, that's called the square breathing. You see a square around that one. You breathe in for 1 minute, you hold it for 1 minute, breathe out for 1 minute, and hold it again for 1 minute. That's square breathing. If you could do that at the same rate, in other words, if you're doing it in, say for a count of 5, you're breathing in, then hold it for a count of 5, and then breathe out for a count of 5, and hold it again for a count of 5. Whatever number you choose, as long as it's square breathing. And the last one is where in which you take a deep breath in, lock your chin into what we call Muladhara Bandha, block your nostril, and gulp your saliva down, and you'll feel your ears popping. But it does much more than that. It's called, we nickname it in the West, we nickname it as lock your neck, lock, block, and gulp, lock, block, gulp. If you do that for 2 minutes, and as soon as you feel you can't hold your breath, you straighten your head, only breathe out once you straighten your head forward. So that's it.
Amazing.
That's
amazing story. Those of you who have attended the retreat with Dr. Nathwani, you got the practical experience of 3 SRB breathing or pranayam exercise. And Dr. Nathwani, I was trying to surprise you by bringing the picture of Kavadiyaji in this slide, because you are the one who suggested me to download this app 3 SRB, and I am promoting that to all the members who are attending right now. You may download this 3 SRB app to learn more about these breathing techniques. So thank you very, very much for sharing this secret of life and health and spiritual progress to all of us. I believe we have benefited tremendously in last 4 hours spending time with you. This basically brings the end of our interview, but I would leave the platform in your hands to conclude with your remarks. Would you like to say something about today's program, how you felt? And
well, yep, I'm grateful for being instrumental in, not for my own benefit. It has benefited me a lot. It has made me look through my journey, and also, and through this process, I haven't been able to express how much I learned, especially how Lata has helped me in clarifying even the remains of some of these egoistic tendencies I have about things while I was preparing for this program, So in the process, there are a lot of things I could say, but I won't say anymore. All I can say just now is this. Samarpan meditation is such a simple approach to knowing yourself. Know thyself is something time immemorial, from so long. People have been great philosophers and have been talking about that, not just in the medical field, but every field. Know yourself first. And this is such an easy path to it. Just imagine, you sit down, all you have to do is just do nothing. You just sit down and just remember, you're connecting with yourself. This is the only time you're giving to yourself, not to a book, not to TV, not to another person. This is the time you give some time to yourself every day without fail. And the method is such simple, you couldn't get any simpler than that. Just you're connecting with your soul directly. The mantra, I'm a pure soul, I'm a divine soul. If you meditate on that, it's amazing what it does. It's a direct approach to it's like zero in on who you really are. And that, is hard to describe. The experience you get into silence right from the word go. And whereas other methods of meditation may take much longer before you reach this. And that's only the beginning. It's only the beginning. Then your inner journey, how it unfolds and so on, is hard to describe. All I can say is that if you're missing out on meditation, you're missing out on life.
yes, very, very true. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, both to you, Lataji, and indirectly to your parents and your daughters also, because we benefited through your wisdom, their love and their dedication and their contribution in your life also. So thank you very much. One thing I can tell is Samarpan meditation is a beautiful way to change your life and bring inner transformation. And we are learning from such wisdom every month from one of us who have practiced Samarpan meditation or who have bring change in their life. If you want to donate something to somebody in a monetary form, all you need is money in your pocket. If you don't have money in your pocket, you cannot donate. First thing. Second thing, if you donate to an organization, only member of that organization will benefit. But here, we are donating happiness. We are donating joy or sharing joy with others. How can you share joy if you don't have in your pocket, in your heart? First, you have to develop that wealth of joy or happiness or ananda. And that is possible through Samarpan meditation. If you have experienced that joy today in the story of Dr. Nathwani, if you have enjoyed the youthful vigor in the story of Dr. Nathwani at the age of 80, and you want to become like him, you may want to start meditating right from today. That is my appeal to all of you. And thank you very much for joining us today. I will pass the baton to Sonalji, and we'll move on the next part of the program. Thank you very much. Jai Baba Swami.
Dr. Nathwani, we have a very beautiful program, but we have a couple of questions for you. Number one, and it's from Sonalji. is what is the secret of so much energy at your age, Dr. Nathwani? Is it yoga, meditation, your lifestyle, or something else? And this question is from everybody in this audience. You're muted.
You're muted, Dr. Nathwani.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Right away, without hesitation, I would say my secret is my caretaker, my wife, Lata, and the children, the grandchildren, and so on. You know, they have given me energy so much. But you know, I don't know really in the big picture what's doing that. But all I can say is that you need a holistic life. And what I've been guided by my family, I learned so much from, especially my children, how to balance your life. Anything extreme is not right. Life is meant to be enjoyed every moment, in the moment, and that is what it's all about. So whatever came my way, I had my yoga teacher. The first yoga, you know, among the first yoga teachers I had in Newfoundland were all Canadians. You know, Jinya, Barbara, all those people are familiar with those in they were living in Newfoundland. They were my teachers in yoga. Then I came across Tavariaji. I came across I just was in the moment, and I had thirst from my mother. I had that thirst for knowledge. I wanted to know what was true, real, what was lasting and real. And all these people everybody has helped ultimately. Or maybe destiny does it and we don't do anything. I really don't know the answer to this fully, but I suspect it's my wife and my children and grandchildren.
Okay, very beautiful answer, Dr. Nathwani. And the second question is from Yashbai, and that is how or where did you find the inspiration and courage to leave where you were and travel to a completely new country and establish yourself in a new place?
You know, I don't think I did anything really, Aspect. It just happened. Situations really took me. My friends and all those things were superficial, I think. I think something inside was just guiding me, the political events, the various things around, as you are familiar, you yourself have been through the same, growing up in Mombasa, if you are the same Yashpai I am talking to. Anyway, main thing is this, that is, it just happens, this thing happened, we think we do it. No, we are just, only time I believe we can do things is when we wake up to the spirit within us. Then we are everything.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Nathwani. And now back over to Sonalji.
Jai Baba Swami, thank you, Dr. Nathwani ji. I don't know if you read the comments. There were 200 comments in the chat today, and we went through a roller coaster ride with you today, with the energy on your face, the smile on your face, the stories, the moments that you took us from the childhood to now. It was a very beautiful journey for us, and it is so inspiring to see that if you are able to maintain that energy at your age, then we have so much more to do in our life at this point also. So we are very inspired and very much charged to go further on this path. So thank you so much. With that note, I would like to invite Viresh ji to recap the session in his beautiful words and energy today.
Thank you, Sonalji. Thank you. Dr. Nathwani, please come back. What a wonderful time we just spent with you. I thought I have spent quite a bit of time with you right from 1989 when I came to St. John's up until 2007 when you decided to move to Waterloo. And then since then also we have been in continuous touch. And I thought I knew most of you, but what a story, what a life story that that unfolded today through you, and what an energy that you are a pure and a holy soul that came out beautifully. And the way you were talking was a mind-blowing childhood story that you narrated, and you took us back in a time machine, and it was so spellbinding. It was so captivating that you even made Hitendra Bhai sit and listen for half an hour without interrupting. That was a great thing. The childhood story took all of us to our own childhood time. You the energy that was coming through you, it was like a Satchidananda flowing continuously for the last 4.5 hours. Thank you for giving us the treat. You talked about your ego, and then you talked about tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic part of the ego. And I only knew about the sattvic part through our journey together here in St. John's. I want to tell people, listeners, that Dr. Nathwani was so lucky that two of his classmates, schoolmates actually, primary schoolmates, they all ended up here in St. John's. Dr. Misan and Vipin Bhai. And sometimes we used to hear during the dinner parties or something like that Dr. Nathwani used to be mischievous as a child. And we never believed in any of that. We thought maybe they are just classmates cheating each other. Because all that we have seen was the sattvic part that was flowing through him throughout this time. Dr. Nathwani was involved with the temple right from the day one that I was here. And he, as he said, he was practicing ahimsa. He was so kind to everybody that itself captivated my mind. So any Swamiji that would visit St. John's would stay with him. So we were all looking up to Dr. Nathwani growing up, and learned a lot from him. And apart from that, he has been my family doctor. So I know him as Dr. Nathwani. I never call him with his, even Dr. Shirish Nathwani, I never say that. Whenever I address him, Dr. Nathwani, because he is my doctor. And I know firsthand experience that he spends a lot of time with the patients in explaining how to lead a healthy life. More than treating the disease, he brings us the health in us, and that he does not only for me and our friends, but every patient. That's why patients love him. Dr. Nathwani moved on to Waterloo in 2007 and came back quite often here and now. But in 2018, he did a shibir in Mount Pearl where he was practicing. As he said, as he showed the picture, all of his patients came back just to have a glimpse of him because they were missing him. And they not only learned the meditation part, but they were so happy to see him. So such was Dr. Nathwani's. Even after 10, 11 years, they cherished his part in their life. Swamiji often talks about that the family doctor that used to be there in the past, like Dr. Chacha, Dr. Kaka, Dr. Mama. Here, Dr. Nathwani was that Dr. Uncle for not only the patients, but all the family members, because he went out of the way to do house calls for seniors in the patient's family, not only for his friends, but also for any of the patients. He had that seva bhav, and all his he still has the seva bhav. All his practice is constantly guided by his spiritual nature. Uh, that's why we were all at awe and still are at Dr. Nathwani's life with all the positivity. Today only I came to know some of the skeletons in his cupboard. He talked about the story of the skeleton with his friend to raise the funds, but there were some other skeletons which fell through. I never knew about his idea of picking up the art of pickpocketing. And you name it, he has done everything, and he's still leading a great life, a sattvic life. And Dr. Nathwani, you are lucky to have a spiritual upbringing right from the beginning of your grandmother and your mother, and the gurus in your lives. I had the opportunity of meeting Savita Ba, your mother, several times. I can tell she was a wonderful influential person who was very well read, and who remembered every little things also. And every time I met, she would ask about my daughters, and she had seen few times, but she still remembered. And her knowledge, her guidance has been a great. And in fact, your entire family, yourself, Lata Ben, and Mataji, they're all a calming influence on the entire society here. And all of us, several of us, look up to you, have been looking up to you and still look up to you to how to lead a life. In fact, Dr. Nathwani, you talked about your love for the anatomy, and you try to find out everything about every part of the body. And I believe that must have made you to lean towards yoga. And I want to tell everyone that Dr. Nathwani, when he was here, he used to teach us yoga every week, lead us to yoga every week in the temple. And we had that opportunity of learning not just the breathing technique, but also actual yoga part of it. And he is a wonderful teacher. One thing that came out from the whole 4.5 hours of time is that your clear perception of the life that unfolded. You, whatever as a child you do, you have grown, you have given us a clear indication of how we can grow and still remain a child. You said that in 2009, when you met Dr. Nathwani, you were still the child in him, you came in. But it's not just 2009, your child is coming through clearly. And that innocence that Dr. Swamiji always says, we have to go back to the childhood where that innocence comes. And that innocence was coming through when you were talking about all the experiences that you had through your different gurus, Chinmananji, and every one of them. The teacher that you talked about, the medical teacher who said that start fresh was the lesson that he gave you. And that's what I can clearly say, that with every person that you meet, you start fresh and have your influence on that person in a positive manner. And Devayan is another thing that is a big epic that you have undertaken. And I know when after the signing up of the ashram property purchase, we were staying in the house in the ashram, myself, yourself, and Kate, and you were narrating about that Devayan, and we were listening, and what a such a beautiful experience that we had at that time. And it is a great epic that you are involved, and great work is yet to come from you. And thank you very much for sharing all of this with everyone today. And thanks again. And I can't thank enough. And if you want to say anything, Dr. Nathwani.
Thank you. Thank you for giving these opportunities. I who should be thanking you all. Thank you. Jai Baba Swami.
Jai Baba Swami. And I would like to turn it over to Sonalji. And before I turn it over to Sonalji, I want to say a few things about Sonalji. Sonalji is another calming influence on several of us in the Americas. She has been involved with meditation since 2008, but she has such a seva bhav. Morning, evening, afternoon, she is there along with in the Guru Karya, not only herself, but leading the whole group of people in the Guru Karya. All of the ones that you are seeing there have a positive influence from Sonalji. She is like a mother to everyone, a motherly calming influence. She takes care of every little bit of it. As if you had joined earlier before 9:30, you could have seen her in action. Every little thing she is taking care of, whether somebody has the light on their face properly or not, whether the voice is clear or not. She was guiding every one of them, Sagar and Utsav and everybody. She is an ideal person for a youngster while growing to see how to do Guru Karya. Thank you, Sonalji, for such a nice influence on everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Vireshji. You are for these kind words. I think sab mein we all have Swamiji in us, and doing Guru Karya while doing Guru Karya, it just appears more and more. So thank you so much for these kind words. And now I would like to introduce our team. Without these people, we wouldn't have had this today's show. So first of all, our own Swamiji, who resides in all of us in Sukshma and also is there all the time in all the sessions of This is Samarpan or any Guru Karya we do. So thank you, Swamiji, for this joy that you have given us throughout all the way while preparing the sessions and being in the session and feeling this energy all the way. So next, I would like to introduce Hitendra ji. Hitendra ji is part of Samarpan family since 2001, and he is national lead of Samarpan USA, and he has a key role in bringing Samarpan to USA and Canada. And you can see his detailed sessions on YouTube Soul Satsang channel if you want to know more about his journey. And I want to say something about Hitendra ji, which probably most of you know if you have worked with him. Try to sense the energy behind him and see what you feel. More than the words, there is energy that he is the source of Guru Shaktis in Americas. So please feel that, and your spiritual progress will start happening. I have learned a lot and have come a long way because of the guidance and all the collectivity and everything that he offered through Guru Karya to us. So please be with this team of Americas and be under the umbrella of Vireshji and Hitendraji. Now I would like to introduce Vireshji, Jai Baba Swami Vireshji. what to say. You are so you are a lead, but you're so humble always. When you are presenting your review about the session or recapping the session, your voice is almost in vibrations. We can sense the energy that wherever you are, you feel you are in it fully, you are soaked in it fully. And you guide us, you tell us, you ask us, and you the introduction that you gave of me is just shows that you take every soul, respect every soul that comes along your way, whoever, whether they join Samarpan later in life or they are young in age, but you respect everybody as Swamiji. So thank you for just showing that leadership that depicts that no matter where you are in Samarpan, you are so humble all the time. So we learn a lot from you and Hitendraji. So both of you have given us this beautiful garden of energy. So thank you both for that.
Every bit of that I said is correct. Absolutely correct about you.
Yes.
And also we are all 800 years souls. We may be in
Yes.
physical age may be different, but we're all 800.
Yes, yes. And next, I would like to introduce Pranavji, who recently joined backstage team. Pranavji, Jai Baba Swami. I don't know how to start. I just have had experience of 2 sessions working closely with him. He's perfectionist. He's an engineer of Silicon like Bay West Coast, which makes people very dry generally, which I have observed. But with Pranavji, he's artistic. He has so much bhav inside him, and whatever he writes, I'm like, oh my God, this is such a beautiful way to say what I felt. And he's so thorough in the Guru Karya, whatever we assign to him, he will make sure he's asking appropriate questions and he grasps things so quickly. So we are very lucky to find this gem. Hitendraji found you, but have this gem in backstage with us because it feels like a very strong hand holding us in the backstage. So thank you, Pranavji, for this and little bit of introduction because you're new to the team. So to everybody who's listening and all the people who are on the YouTube will be listening later, you joined Samarpan meditation in Mahashivir in 2020 and have been enjoying Samarpan meditation sessions and SMUSA events. You are an engineer by profession and you love to go out in nature and play. You like sports like volleyball and table tennis in leisure time. You feel really grateful to Gurudev and Samarpan USA team for providing an opportunity of Guru Karya and blessing with a lot of positivity and vibrancy. And we are so lucky to have you. Thank you. You're muted, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't have any words. I mean, the session was so energetic. I mean, the only thing that comes to my mind is this is Samarpan this is history in making. Yeah, I think it's just so much of emotion right now. I don't think I can speak too much. Thank you. And I'm really humbled by, it's true inspiration, what Guruji is creating. I can see people who are attached to him. I can see them and then, that's a true inspiration.
Yes, I'm so happy that you know the value of this session also. So then you will be able to receive more of it. So thank you for that. Rasika ji, Jai Baba Swami. All right. So should I keep it long or short? I know, but the hours that you spend on preparing for these sessions are limitless. The research, the fineness that you put in each slide is amazing. If you have not noticed, Rasika ji prepared the PowerPoint session of this theme, and she does for all of it this is Samarpan session. There is a little logo she has designed logo on each of them, and if you see that she finds the frequency of guest and matches it with the logo and puts it on each slide, and she makes sure that we all are able to see the story of the guest in a video format through PowerPoint slide. And thank you, Rasika ji. And this is not all she does. She does many projects simultaneously and is part of, always she's on the task. So thank you, dear Rasika ji, for bringing this as Samarpan and being part of this show.
All Swamiji. So thank you, Swamiji.
Yes,
Jai
of
Baba
course.
Swami.
Jai Baba Swami. All right, Sagar buddy, come on. Please turn on your camera. Jai Baba Swami Sagar.
Jai
You
Baba Swami.
are yes, you are from West Coast, so you probably know. Certainly woke up at 5. That was the first interaction we had today, 5 a.m. So I know that for sure. So thank you, buddy, for being here and being so alert. So many of us kind of dozed off during the session today because of the energy, and it was hard to keep the eyes open. But Sagar was on top of it. If there was a delay, he would reply on the backstage team, "Oh yes, 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 this is right. This is the way to go, and this make this person co-host." So we need young people like these, aware and alert all the time, and always ready to do Guru Karya. So thank you, Sagar, for being here in the backstage and giving your precious contribution to the team.
It's all Swamiji Sonalji.
It's all Swamiji. Yes, it's all Swamiji for us. All right. Utsav buddy. Jai Baba Swami. All right. So Utsav, silent spectator and energy-filled bomb for us. You are so it's always just less instruction and more work, and less talk and more contribution. That is the motto of Utsav, and he is favorite of not just This Is Samarpan, he is favorite of all over Americas for the backstage and all the help. Every team now knows the value of Utsav. Vishal Bhai renamed you as Chaitanya Utsav. So we are really lucky to have a blessed soul or the enlightened soul with us in the backstage team, Utsav. So thank you so much for being always there for us to help out in the session.
Yes, it is all Swamiji's blessings, and I I couldn't ask more, and I want to thank the today's guest for because before today I don't know, I just know the name Dr. Nathwani, but now I got really good insight of the pure soul and how and all these experiences. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, you make us proud. Thank you, Utsav. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to introduce our YouTube streaming team, which is part of Soul Satsang broadcast and all the previous sessions which were put on those. This team has been working very hard to put our sessions on YouTube and making sure that we look good and crisp, no noise, no background disturbances which come in the live recording are taken off. And for this, I would like to introduce a few of us are not there today because of other Guru Karya or personal commitments which were going on in life. But first of all, I would like to invite Darshna, who is here and actively helping us out our session. Jai Baba Swami, Darshna.
Jai Baba Swami.
Thank you, Darshna. Jai Baba Swami. Thank you for leading this team and helping out at the backstage and everything, and being, I don't know how many hours of Guru Karya you do. I know that there is editing work which is going on top of this. And you have I have to yet to count how many sessions you have put on YouTube, right, from the beginning. But this too, since when you have been part of this team, you have fulfilled the wish of many of the followers of Samarpan. This is Samarpan sessions, that they wanted to see the sessions again, and because of that time constraint or the different countries' time, they were not able to. And you made it possible. So lots of blessings for you and also for your team. So tell us how you felt today.
Oh, this was one of, I mean, all the sessions are so amazing, and I felt the chills. I had to put on the heater, I had to put on a sweater. And also, as you said, like, I don't know how many videos we have put on. I'm just focusing on eating mangoes. I'm not ginning on how many, like, gutliyan nahi gin rahi hu, main sirf aam khane pe focus kar rahi hu. And it is all Swamiji. I'm so blessed to have this Guru Karya. That's all I'll say. It's all Swamiji.
So true, so true. And I know it requires a lot of patience to do this Guru Karya because editing is a very fine job. And for that, we have Varsha ji, who is part of the team, who also guides us in the right way to market this. And our dear Aishwarya, who is not here today, but because of the workload at work, but she's always aware of telling us all editing, cutting the videos in the right direction, and all the work behind it. And then we have 2 new team members who joined recently to our editing team, which is Surabhi and Krishna. So they are also part of our editing team, and without these people, we wouldn't have been on the social media spreading vibrations of Swamiji further along. So thank you to the beautiful team who was part of this Samarpan, and also the Soul Satsang channel. All right, moving on to this next part of the session, which is the best part, is I would like to invite Sagar to take us further.
Let's all receive the blessing from Swamiji. What's up? Can you play that video? Yeah, again, Uttav. Okay, we're done.
That's our cap. Thank you, Sagar. So Swamiji's blessings are always with us, with this beautiful Guru Karya and being with this energy. So with that, we will conclude today's session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Jai Baba Swami. Thank you all volunteers. Guru Karya. Appreciate that.